Well, Ziva David? I don't know. I didn't know how to start this video. I really didn't. Yeah. I should have started it with a Zivaism. I should have. Do you know what I just realized? We're 3 episodes in. And we haven't even, sorry about the background noise, we haven't even gone a Zivaism. We've not gone a Zivaism. So there's background noise, just to let you know. Don't mind it. We've not gotten a Zivaism. Not one single one. Why? You would think for a Tony and Ziva show, we would get a Zivaism. Okay. Oh well. Hopefully we get one soon. Hopefully. But, I don't know. You know what I'm actually gonna do? I'm going to pull up, actually, while I'm on here. I'm going to do a Zivaism of the review. I'm going to do a Zivaism of the review. I'm going to pull up a Zivaism from the show, and we are going to say it. I'll probably do it at the very end of this review. Probably. I'm probably going to need to do that. But I'm probably just going to go through multiple Zivaisms. I'll describe what a Zivaism is later on. You'll get what I mean later on. But, yeah. Anyways, sorry, getting sidetracked. As I usually do. Tony and Ziva. Or, I guess, technically, NCIS. Tony and Ziva. I'm gonna talk about my issues with that title, soon. I'm gonna bring that up, after the fact. But, so, Tony and Ziva, the first 3 episodes dropped this Thursday, September 4th, on Paramount Plus. And, oh boy, there's a lot to unpack here. Gosh. God, where do I even start with this? I don't even know what to begin with. So the show is technically called NCIS, Tony and Ziva. I'm calling it Tony and Ziva because there's no reason to put the NCIS in the beginning of the fucking title. I get it. Look, it's an NCIS spinoff. But, NCIS has a little to do has to do with nothing in the show. NCIS is, not even a part of the show. When you're watching the show, you're purely straight watching a show of Tony DiNozzo and Ziva David. There's no NCIS. NCIS has, nothing to do with the show. So it actually is weird because you're watching an NCIS show where NCIS is, not the main focus. It's Tony and Ziva. To me, it's they should have just called it Tony and Ziva. Not NCIS, Tony and Ziva. Just Tony and Ziva. Because NCIS has nothing to do with this show. So, it's like WandaVision. They called it WandaVision. Not Avengers WandaVision. God damn. I don't like Paramount for that. Just name it Tony and Ziva. Don't put NCIS in the beginning of the title. That's my issues. The title. Sorry. That's probably a little bit of a tangent. That's my... Yeah. I'm going to try and talk about spoilers on this show. So this review will be spoiler heavy on the new show. And like you fucking give a shit, there will be spoilers on the original show of episodes with Tony and Ziva. So if you give a fuck about episodes from the original show that are 20 years old, fine. Spoiler warning on that, I guess. I don't know. But the original show, I'm not going to talk about the newer episodes of the original show. I'm only going to talk about the episodes of the original show that focused Tony and Ziva. So that's seasons 3 to 17 of stuff. So, I'm not so focused on seasons 18 to 22. I almost said 23, but they're filming 23. So, yeah. So, just want to give that straight from the point. I will be talking about spoilers on Tony and Ziva. So, if you really want to see Tony and Ziva, I'd say probably skip this review for now, then watch the show, and then come back here. Because I will be wanting to talk about spoilers. There's just no way out of this. But I'm going to talk about the history of Tony and Ziva first, because to really understand the plot of the show, you kind of need to know where Tony and Ziva has been, because it's a long, complicated string of events. So Tony DiNozzo, played by Michael Weatherly, was on the show from day one. He started the show on season 1. And Tony was sort of like that jockish, what you call it? He was like a jock. He didn't really give a shit about anybody else. He kind of cared about himself. And he would hit on the female agents most of the time. Especially Special Agent Caitlin Todd, played by Sasha Alexander. Caitlin Todd, well, Sasha Alexander wanted to leave the show. So she left after season 2. She left the show after season 2. And on season 3, so what they decided to do was they killed off Caitlin Todd. So Ziva David was introduced on the show in season 3. Ziva, played by Cote de Pablo, was assassin-trained Mossad agent working in Israel. And the person who killed Caitlin Todd was Ziva's half-brother. And she loved her brother. But she was also on NCIS's side wanting to try and get him for killing their NCIS agent. So what did she do? She killed her half-brother in order to save Gibbs, played by Mark Harmon. She was willing to risk her alliance with Mossad just to save Gibbs. That was what she did. And for a while, from like seasons 3 to 9, Tony and Ziva had a will they, won't they scenario. Like, they were flirting with each other, they were just whatnot, but they were also working at NCIS. They were helping solve crimes. They were still a team, even with the occasional flirting. But it wasn't, I want to say, until... Sorry about the background noise. I want to say it wasn't until, like, season 10, maybe season 9, where things really started to get serious. So, by that point, Tony and Ziva were actually falling in love with each other. And they were dating. But they were dating while they were also working together. Because as NCIS agents, they were assigned partners. So they were partners at NCIS, but they were also falling in love. But however, when someone had killed Ziva's dad, I forget who played him. So, hold on. Yes, I am going to pause. Who played Ziva's dad in NCIS? Her dad was played by Michael Nori. So her dad, played by Michael Nori, was killed. And her dad, Ziva's dad, and her kind of had a strained relationship throughout the show. Her dad resented her for killing Ari, her half-brother. But at the same time, he's like, yeah, whatever. you did your job, you tried to help NCIS. I'm gonna not yell at you too much, but no, I'm still pissed at you. And in season 10, I want to say, Ziva's dad got killed off. And so Ziva had to go back to Israeli, I think in like late season 10, early season 11. At this point, Cote de Pablo wanted to leave the show. So they wanted to do something that was not killing her character off at that point, but they still wanted to have a strong goodbye for Ziva. So Ziva went back to Israeli to help out with her family and help find the person who was responsible of killing her dad. Tony had followed Ziva, but Ziva did not want Tony worrying. So when Ziva didn't tell him, only to find out Tony finds out from Gibbs, Ziva of course gets pissed. But at that point, later on in season 11, both Tony and Ziva share a strong goodbye. And Ziva even gives Tony her necklace to remember her by. Then, we cut to season 13. This was Michael Weatherly's final season of the show. This was Tony's last season, and they threw a bombshell at us. A recurring villain from the show, Trent Court. Fudge. I didn't even realize I was going to, I didn't realize I was going to be bringing up this many characters. Hold on. By the way, I'm dealing with fall allergies, so sorry if I sniffle a lot. I'm going to also do this. There we go. David Dayan Fisher was the guy who played Trent Court. But, anyways, Trent Court, who is a recurring villain from the show, he made his first appearance, I want to say season 4 was when he made his appearance. And he was a recurring villain from seasons 4 to 13. It would pop up in, like, maybe 3 or 4 episodes each season at the time. And they threw a bombshell at us and said that Trent Court started a mortar fire attack, and Ziva was in the house when it happened. So Ziva died in a mortar attack. So, and Ziva left Ziva, and the Israeli government said that Ziva had another person that there was one survivor. There's one survivor. And that survivor was Ziva's daughter. And it wasn't just Ziva's daughter, it was also Tony's daughter. A daughter both Ziva and Tony had. A daughter that had been living at this point for 2 years, but Tony had no idea. None. Tony had no idea he had a daughter with Ziva. When Ziva went back to Israel in season 11, she was pregnant. But she didn't want to tell Tony because she didn't want him to be worried. And she knew it was Tony's anyways. So, that's when we met Tali. So, Tony decided to leave NCIS after they killed Trent Court. And he wanted to just be a father. He wanted to raise his daughter. And, yeah. And with, at this point, Ziva dead, he just wanted to leave the agency, move to Paris, and raise his daughter alone. Then that's not it. Season 16 cliffhanger. This, I remember to this day, for NCIS fans, this was... No one saw this coming. season 16 cliffhanger, we find out that Ziva's still alive and that she's faked her death. This has been 4 or 5 years now since Ziva died. So, yeah. Ziva has been dead for 4 or 5 years. And no one knew. She had faked her death because this woman named Sahar wanted to kill her. And while she wasn't the person who killed her dad, she was part of the reason that her dad got killed. Ziva's dad got killed. Sorry. So they dealt with Sahar, and after that, Ziva said that Ziva texted Tony that she was alive. After the whole case was done and over with, Ziva texted Tony that she was still alive. And she wanted to see both of them again. She wanted to go to Paris and go with them again. And Tony texted back. And he texted back a message of Tali, who at this point is like 6 years old. And she said that she wanted to see her mom again. So, and since then, we haven't seen Tony and Ziva since then. Up until now. So, this show mainly started because fans wanted it. A lot of fans wanted to know where Tony and Ziva are and what's going on, what's going on now, especially with the pandemic, and what happened. And even Michael Weatherly and Cote de Pablo, they both looked at each other like, yeah, that is a good question. Where is Tony and Ziva? And so many people had asked Michael and Cody about what they think Tony and Ziva would be doing nowadays. And they're like, we want to know that too! So, they went to executive producer John McNamara, who, if I remember correctly, I think he was one of the main people who constructed the Tony and Ziva relationship and like helped continue the relationship to grow. So having him back on board to do this show, and especially having him be series showrunner for Tony and Ziva, doesn't make sense all around. So they got John McNamara. I can't pronounce. John McNamara. Mick Namara. I said McNamara. Mick Namara. John McNamara. There we go. I can't speak today. Okay? So they got John McNamara to come back to the show and to, be series runner or showrunner for the show. And they just wanted to help construct Tony and Ziva's relationship again. Help, give fans what they wanted and bring Tony and Ziva back. And for a while, this show has been in production hell because they wanted to try and start this in, I think, 2022 or whatnot. And then the writer's strike happens. They had to delay this because this show was, I think, if I remember correctly, supposed to come out in the fall of last year. But the strike pushed that a little, so it got delayed by 1 year. So, I think, don't quote me on it, but I think that's what happened. So, they got it already, and, yeah, and so I've kind of been waiting for 2-3 years for the show to come out, and now it's finally out, and I can finally talk about it, so, oh boy. I just spent nearly 20 minutes talking about the whole history, and fuck all. So, Okay, so I spent the life of my first time binge video on it. Wow, crap. Anyways, so of course Michael Weatherly and Cote de Pablo come back as the titular Tony and Ziva, and there's no one else I could imagine playing Tony and Ziva. There really isn't. I don't think I could see anyone else playing these characters, because Michael and Cody, they are pretty much Tony and Ziva. And in fact, when you see interviews of Michael Weatherly and Cote de Pablo, they practically act like a married couple half the times. Even on their podcast, because Michael and Cody, they have a podcast called Off Duty. I don't know if they're going to do another season of that podcast. If they do, I love it. But, so, and even on their off-duty podcast, NCIS, even on their off-duty and NCIS rewatch podcast, they act like a married couple. But yeah, it's like, Michael has done this character for 23 years. Let me see. I have season 3. When did the first episode air? I'm curious. When did the first episode air? September 20th, 2005. Okay, so Cote de Pablo's played Ziva for 20 years at this point. So September 20th, 2005 was when the first episode of Ziva premiered. The first episode Ziva was in premiered. So, yeah, so Michael and Cody has been playing these characters for 20 plus years. So I'm going to say this before I even talk about the plot, because you're going to ask me, what do you think of Michael and Cody as these characters? What else can I say? I mean, they know these characters by heart. They've been playing these characters for 20 years. They are Tony and Ziva. I don't know. Their chemistry is great. What am I supposed to say? They've been playing these characters for 20 years. Come on. So, anyways. So that's what I think of that mission. So, probably painfully obvious, but what the fuck. So this show is about Tony and Ziva and Tali, who in this show is played by Isla Gie, who I'm going to talk about soon. They all are reunited after years of what the fuckery, and they are reunited. Tony now works for a security company, and Ziva, I actually couldn't tell if Ziva works as a housing realtor. Google loves to save me, so what is Ziva's job in Tony and Ziva? Starts. Okay, that's bullcrap. It just says that she is a civilian in Paris. Yeah, that's bullcrap because she had a job. So, well, she's like a realtor or something. I don't know. Yeah. But because there's a scene where she was there's these people and Ziva, they're going into this house in the first episode. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. And she's like, this house is luxurious. This is a house I wish I had. So, yeah. Pretty weird to go from Mossad agent in Israel to NCIS agent in Washington to housing realtor in Paris. All over the map. And all over the place. Anyways. So, Tony and Ziva now have different jobs. Tony works for a security company, which is important. And they pretty much are trying to learn to respect each other again and just trying to co-parent. They're trying to co-parent Tali and trying to do what's best for them. And all the while, Tony's security company gets hacked by this lady named Martine. Hold on. So Tony's security company gets hacked by this lady named Martine, who I am going to botch this name. I'm sorry. I'm going to botch this name. Played by Nassima Benchicou. Nassima Benchicou. I probably did not say that right. Comment down below what you think that name is pronounced. And so Martine is this lady who hacks Tony's security company. She hacks into his bank account, or the security's bank account, sorry. She hacks into the security's bank account and makes it look as though Tony laundered 115 million euros, all the while planning a cyber attack. So she frames Tony and Ziva for a cyber attack on Tony's own security company. So because of that, what do you know? Tony and Ziva are on the run, and Interpol agents are after them. That's the plot. And all the while, they go into crazy shenanigans with Martine. They're trying to go into safe houses, and it just doesn't work. So, and they're trying to investigate why Martine is hacking Tony's company. They're just trying to figure out why, all the while being chased by Interpol agents. So, it's an on-the-run, family bonding, romantic show. And what I love about this show, too, is that this show is vastly different from the original. Because the original NCIS was more so like, in lack of a better term, procedural with how it was. Because every episode, and well, not every episode, because they did have character depths and storytelling and whatnot, and like recurring storylines. But like most of every episode of NCIS was like, oh, dead body. Well, time to investigate this. Put this under DNA testing. Oh, yep, there's a bullet. Okay. Oh, the bullet matches his gun. Blah 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 blah. Oh, yep, we found a killer. I mean, which is pretty standard for procedural shows. It's not really anything that different, but it was generic, but it had fun with how generic it was. This is different. This is not procedural. This has a pure straight storyline. It's not like we get a case every episode. It's not like a case of the week type thing where the original was. This one is more so it has a fleshed out storyline across every episode. Pretty much this is like a movie split in 10, 40, 50 minute episodes. That's all it is. It's if you put a movie, but you expanded it into 10, 40-minute episodes. So that's all it is. And I kind of love it. And I think for Tony and Ziva, that's kind of what you really need. Because it just doesn't make sense when you have that storyline and you add in, dead body of the week. Because I think if they did that, this show would have been way too crowded. Because you already have the stuff with Tali. You already have Tony and Ziva trying to get back together again. And you already have the run thing. I think if you added the dead body of the week mess, I think the show would have been crowded. I mean, you could argue it's already crowded, but it actually takes its time with all three things, with connecting with Tali, Tony and Ziva connecting with each other, and on the run stuff. It's how the show does it, it feels actually fleshed out, and it feels actually well thought out. This is kind of like Touch in that way, where, like, because Touch, the first season of Touch was kind of what the original show was like, of NCIS. The first season of Touch was kind of like how the original NCIS was like. It was, instead of Dead Body of the Week, it was Number of the Week, if you will. And I guess, if you want to be really technical, Season 2 of Touch was still kind of Number of the Week, but not as Number of the Week-ish the first season of Touch was. Number of the Week, the first season of Touch was like Dead Body of the Week for NCIS, for that show. Season 2 of Touch was like, yes, it had a Number of the Week element, but it wasn't as strong. Season 2 of Touch was more so story-driven, because it was trying to finish up and wrap up the, the cliffhanger from Season 1 of Touch. If you've seen Touch, you know what I mean. If you don't, okay, sorry, I just confused you. And this show is kind of like Season 2 of Touch, because it has a well thought out storyline, and it has a drive to what they're trying to accomplish. Because, yeah, and I really love it for that. And there was another point I want to bring up. Ziva's character. I'm actually enjoying Ziva in this show. So Ziva's backstory, I didn't talk about Ziva's backstory because that's not as important. I mean, I briefly touched on elements of her past in my recap in the first 20 minutes of this. But, like, I didn't touch on it too much because her backstory really isn't as present in these 3 episodes. Watch, it's going to be more present in the next 6-7 episodes, and I have to talk about it. That'll be my luck. If they actually bring up, like, her mom or like, her other family members. That's going to be rough on my hands, because then I have to spend 20 minutes talking about all that. I'm like, I don't want to do that. But anyways, but Ziva, there was a moment, there's many moments, what am I saying? So this show weirdly jumps back and forth between normal present day, 2025, to January 2020. Because Ziva officially reunited with them in January of 2020. So, she reunited with them in January 2020. And it just kind of jumps, like, even in the scenes where, even in one of the scenes where we go to Ziva's therapist appointment with Dr. Lang, we cut back to, like, a scene in January 2020 where Ziva gets off a plane and she reunites with Tony and Tali. And after they reunite with each other, there's, like, something that happens, and that's a plane breaks down. A plane breaks down. But to Ziva's mind, she hears a gunshot because of her faking her death and having to deal with all that. So Ziva gets, like, real PTSD of some sort. A plane just breaks down, and she freaks out, and she pulls out her gun. And the whole security guards are like, what the hell? And luckily for Ziva, at this point, her resignation for NCIS didn't fully kick in. So she still had some, I guess, wiggle room to get out of that situation. But it did not look good on her part as a mom, because she just pulled her gun out when Tali was looking. And Tony just told Tali, saying, oh, no, don't worry, something just freak mom out. And in Ziva's mind, she's like, crap. I just reunited with my daughter, and I just made the biggest fucking mistake ever. And like, there's even a scene where we cut back to the real tour bit where a car breaks down. And in her mind, she remembers that portion, that memory, when she first reunited with Tony and Tali. So, it's like, Ziva gets real PTSD just by a gunshot, even though she's, like, a trained assassin. But, like, she's getting, like, PTSD from the gunshot because of all she had to deal with when she faked her death. And so, like, it's weird. But yeah, and like, we even cut back to like many moments too, where like, cut back to 2021 or 2022, where like, Tony and Tali accidentally take it too fast, and they just, well, yeah, they end up going to their hotel rooms and whatnot, and because in this point in the show, Tony and Ziva are still living together in the same house. They're living in the same house with Tali. Tony and Ziva are living in the same house with Tali in Paris, but they're not together. They're more like roommates. They're trying to co-parent Tali, and that's really it. But like, you could tell Tony and Ziva have some flicker of interest of trying to be back together, because there's a moment too where while on the run, Tony wants to go to a safe house to a woman that she met a few years before. A woman that Tony was falling in love with. Which, shocker, turns out that woman is married, and Tony didn't know. And so he goes to that safe house. He says, hey, there's a woman I met a few years after you died. I know her. It's the best safe place. And he was like, oh, yeah, we could go. And Tony's like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah, I'm just happy that you found someone. You can tell that Tony and Ziva still have a thing for each other. You could tell. I wonder how this show's going to go once each episode comes out, how they're going to tackle that, and what they're going to do. It's going to be like, are we really going to go back to that will they, won't they thing, and then we'll actually get them back together? NCIS is not, like, giving us a straight fucking answer, don't they? I love NCIS, but, like, NCIS does not give us a straight answer all the time. It really does not. So it's like, crap. I hate fall. My fall allergies really kicked in. So, sorry. But, yeah. I want to talk about Isla Gie. Because Isla Gie, who plays Tali, as Tony and Ziva's daughter, she is really good in this. They are really good. I swear, NCIS is really good at picking child actors. And especially for Tali, because I don't know if this is just me. This is probably just me. Isla Gie, who plays Tali, really looks like what Ziva would look like when Ziva was a kid. She looks like if Cote de Pablo was a kid. That could just be me. And Ziva already is 50% Tony, 50% Ziva. Because Tali, just like Tony, is a straight, just jackass. Well, not jackass, but like, she's a smartass. She is a smartass just like Tony. And she definitely has some instincts from her mom, because her mom was assassin trained. Ziva knows how to kill people in multiple different ways. And so, like, Ziva's a badass. And there was an episode where Tony, Ziva, and Tali are in the park, and there's a moment where so we do meet another character in the show named. Sorry, thing crashed out on me. We do meet another character named Sophie. Sophie is the character's name. Played by, let me see if I can pull it up here. Lara Rossi. Or Lara Rossi. I don't know. And she's like, and Ziva's like, don't be late for Taekwondo. Because Tali goes to Taekwondo lessons. So I'm like, oh, okay, so Taekwondo. Okay, so Tali is really learning stuff from Ziva. Tali's becoming 50% Tony, 50% Ziva. And it's just like, yep, knew it. And, like, even Tony's becoming straight up Gibbs. Tony's becoming straight up Gibbs. Because there was a moment in that same episode, in that same scene, when they were at the park, where Ziva was just on her computer, watching old videos, and she was, like, watching that video of all of them reuniting. That video that Tony recorded. And Ziva's just on the bench, watching that video on her laptop, and then Tony is behind her, and Tony is like, good morning, and Ziva just jumps, just like, what the fuck? So, and it's like, and even when he's working at the company, Tony is doing the classic Gibbs stare. Come on, show. You know Tony is gonna do the classic Gibbs slap. He's gonna do the classic Gibbs slap. Come on. I need to see that happen. I need to see Tony give up the old Gibbs slap. Just the back of the head. The Gibbs slap in the back of the head. I need to see that happen. Come on. I know you want to do it, show. I know you want to do it. Do it. Ah. Wow. But, yeah. But, yeah. So, like, but, yeah, this is, so far, I'm loving the show so far. I'm trying to think of what other stuff I want to talk about. Because, yes, I know what I want to talk about. This is the first time ever in a show. This is the first time in a, whoa, I didn't realize it was there. Anyways, this is the first time I can officially say on an NCIS episode, I have seen an NCIS property or an episode where the bad guys put a virus in self-driving cars, and the self-driving cars are trying to go after Tony and Ziva. That's a sentence I just said! That's a fucking sentence I just said. I also need to talk about... God damn, I have so many shit to talk about. God. That's what happens when 3 episodes drop in 1 week. I could tell, I already, and like, that's what happens when 3 episodes drop on the first week. And I have to explain the goddamn history of Tony and Ziva. God damn it. God. But, yeah, because there's an episode where the, Martine, she hacks these self-driving cars, and she puts a virus on them. And she even puts a virus and hacks the self-driving car that Tony and Ziva are in. And the car just goes fast. And Tony's like, God damn, I know you can drive fast, but I know you're a bad driver, but go slow. And Ziva's like, that's not me. That's not me. I'm not doing this. And self-driving murder cars are literally trying to murder Tony and Ziva. I'm like, that's a sentence I just said, and that's just something I just saw. What the fuck? It's just so random. But God damn it, I had fun. And I love the show too. And this show has really good humor too. Because there's one scene too. And I'm excited to see where this is gonna go. Because we're seeing hints of how it's going to be. We're seeing little tidbits. But there's a scene where Tony and Ziva go in an undercover cop 2 months from now. Or, a month from now. They're going in an undercover op a month from now. And there's, the show has such great humor. Because they're in an undercover cop. Tony flies into a window of a wedding church, a church where they're hosting the wedding, and he's like, ugh, and he hits his head on a statue. There's he's lying down, and there's a statue right next to his head, and it's like, God, so happy no one saw that. And he looks up and he sees that there's a Jesus statue in front of his head, and he's like, okay, you don't count. You see everything. I'm like, God damn it, that's a Tony line. That's a Tony line. He just sees a Jesus statue, and he's like, you don't count. You see everything. I'm like, yeah, that's something Tony would say. So, they keep the humor of Tony and Ziva alive. And it's, so funny. The humor is just so fun. And, because while they're undercover, Tony and Ziva has to go, to multiple safe houses. By the way, Sophie, the woman who, takes care of Tali whenever Tony and Ziva are gone, she knows about Tony and Ziva's history. And she knows everything about what they do and what they did, before. She knows that they are on the run, and, and because of that, Tony and Ziva wants Sophie and Tali to go. Sophie just take care of Tali and go somewhere while Tony and Ziva figure this out. And there's a scene while they're in a hotel where Tony and Ziva are in a hotel, and Ziva is doing a FaceTime meeting with Sophie and Tali. And after the FaceTime meeting's done, Ziva just goes, I promised myself after I faked my death, once I went back to Tali, I would never abandon her. I would never abandon her again. And look where we are now. On the run, having to do this by ourselves. And Tony just talks to Ziva and says, remember what happened when we went to Disneyland? And we promised Tali we would go on that ride, but we didn't have enough money, so we said no. And Ziva was like, yeah, so? Tony says, you know what we said to her? We said plans change, and it's not any of our faults. And those words stuck with Ziva for the rest of that day. Ziva was like, I guess you're right. And it's this is tough on Ziva, having to go away, and having to be away from her daughter from all this time. But she knows it's not her fault. It just, for Ziva, it's just, and Tony, it's just life for them. A life that doesn't feel good, but life in general. So, but yeah, and like, the emotional scenes with Tony and Ziva are really keeping me interested. I'm loving this stuff with them and Tali. And even the family bonding scenes with all three of them is just really entertaining to watch. And it's just really fun. But, yeah. And they keep the spirit of Tony and Ziva alive. It's a lot different than the original show, but they're at least keeping the spirit alive, and they know what has to happen to make the show work. And I love it. But, yeah. They keep the spirit of Tony and Ziva alive. It's a lot different than the original show, but they're at least keeping the spirit alive, and they know what has to happen to make the show work. And I love it. But yeah, another thing I want to talk about, the rating, the TVMA rating on the show. Do I think it's warranted? Do I think it makes sense? I think it works. So this show is TVMA. This is the only NCIS show that's TVMA. For the television world, that's pretty much an R for them. In the television and streaming world, that's pretty much an R. All the other NCIS shows have been rated TV-14. Streaming and TV world, that's PG-13. And because of that, we see Tony and Ziva drop F-bombs. I was really weary at first when I heard that this was going to get the TVMA treatment. And I talked about this on one of my trailer reactions. I was really weary of how they were going to do that, because I'm like, oh, Tony and Ziva dropping F-bombs and, like, doing all that stuff. I'm like, that seems a little out of character for them. But how they do it is not out of character at all. Yes, Tony and Ziva swear, but they don't swear as much, so it's not out of character for them. And with the characters that we don't know as much, they swear up a storm, and it's so fun. And Sean Pertwee is in the show. He plays a billionaire, and I recognize Sean Pertwee because he played Alfred from Gotham. And he swears up a bunch of F-bombs. And I was like, okay, I can vibe with this character. Although, it's probably because I liked Alfred from Gotham. But yeah. And it's, like, so it's weird for Tony and Ziva show to just get an TVMA treatment. But it weirdly works, and it weirdly meshes well. It's so weird to describe. It's like, this shouldn't work, but it kind of does. I also like that the show is really big budgeted with how it's shot and the cinematography in this. The cinematography in this is fucking great. In fact, I wish this wasn't a streaming series. I wish this was like a movie that was released in the big screen, because if it was released in the big screen, I would pay how many dollars it would be to just go see this in the big screen. This is, honestly, the cinematography for this is way better than the original. And, like, the original show didn't have that great cinematography. I'm just gonna say it. I love the original show. It's a great show. But for a procedural drama show, it has generic cinematography for any show like that. This cinematography, the cinematography for this show is like cinematography that you would get for like a show for theaters. For like the cinematography for this is like a show, like a movie you would see in theaters. I don't understand it, and especially for a streaming series, I don't understand it. But yeah, gosh, this is what happens when you drop 3 episodes. I feel like I have something else to say, and I just don't know. I don't know. God. But yeah, and then there's also new, other new characters, like, Claudette, someone that Tony works with. She's a co-worker. She's someone that works with Tony at the security company that he works at. And she's played by Amita Suman. And then we also meet a few other characters, like Boris, who is a hacker, played by Maximilian Osinski. And you also meet Boris's soon-to-be wife, Fruzi. We met her. I knew her character's name. I don't know how to pronounce it, so I may just have to rewatch these episodes just to pronounce it again. And she's played by Anne-Marie Waldeck. And then we also meet this other guy named Henry, who worked with Tony, but after Tony got framed, he issued a Ren notice on both Tony and Ziva. So Henry was someone that Tony could trust, but not anymore. And he's played by James D'Arcy. Oh, Dr. Lang, by the way, is Dr. Lang, by the way, Ziva's therapist, is played by Terrence Maynard. Forgot to mention that part. And then we also have Martine's assistant, Pierre Gallimard, played by Emmanuel Bonami. So the 3 episodes dropped this Thursday. I'm fucking loving the show. I can't wait to see where the show's gonna go next. But yeah. God, this was a long review. Oh, but this is what you get for having to recap Tony and Ziva's relationship while also releasing 3 fucking episodes on the first week. I know the next episode reviews are going to be very shorter. But yeah. What was my favorite episode of the bunch? So the episodes were No Country is Safe, the first episode. And then they also had No Friend of Mine was the second episode, and Cover Story was the third episode. No Country is Safe was kind of a generic pilot episode, but it was a really good one. That one was just bringing you into the story. It didn't really do much, but hey, it was a good episode nonetheless. No Friend of Mine, I liked that one mainly because that's the episode where I could say, I just saw an NCIS episode where Tony and Ziva get tracked down by self-driving murder cars. That was the episode. So, No Friend of Mine was a good episode. I loved it just for the fact that there's self-driving murder cars, and the fact that it made me that sentence was just amazing in and of itself. And then Cover Story was an okay episode. I didn't really care for that episode as much, because I didn't really care about Nicole, Tony's friend that he thought he was dating until we found out that she had been married for the past 2 years. I didn't really care for that episode as much, but I did think it was a good... I still thought it was a good one. I didn't really care for her as much, but not saying it was terrible either. But yeah. So, we will be reviewing every episode for the show. And then I'll do... So, because these episodes do get released every Thursday. I just can't film my review because I already have such a fucking busy schedule. I can't film or post my reviews for the episodes until Saturday or Sunday. So, I will still get to these episode reviews. I just won't post them until the weekends because I'm busy as fuck on Fridays. So, yes, you will still get weekly episode reviews on every episode. So I'll review every episode, and then on the week after the finale, I'm gonna give my wrap-up thoughts on the whole season as a whole. So I'm gonna review every episode every weekend, and then the last week, which I think will be the last week of October, actually, I'll give out my wrap-up thoughts on the show, and just my quick little summary of what I thought it was. So, thank you! If you managed to sit through this fucking long-ass video, thank you, because, I need a break. Oh, no, I can't! God damn it! I still have to do a taste test video, and I still have to do my first time binge for Lilo and Stitch, because that just came out on Disney Plus recently. And yes, High Potential Season 2 is starting on this month. I was going to do a week-to-week episode for that, but then I saw my schedule. I'm like, fuck, no. So, I will still talk about High Potential Season 2. I probably will just do my first time binge video for that when Season 2 is officially done. Because I did do my first time binge for Season 1 of High Potential. I probably won't do my first time binge for Season 2 until Season 2 is officially wrapped up. But I will get to that. And then I have to do my first time binge for the remake of Lilo and Stitch, because that just appeared on Disney Plus not that long ago. So yeah, so I have a fucking busy September. So, thank you for sitting through this fucking long ass video. Watch, I'm gonna forget stuff, and then I'll have to talk about it next week. That'll just be my luck. But, so, have you seen the first 3 episodes of Tony and Ziva that dropped on September 4th on Paramount Plus? If so, did you like it? Were you on it, or did it piss you off for some reason? I love it. I can't wait to see where the show goes. I don't know how it's gonna go next, but yeah. And when it comes to the world of Tony and Ziva, l'amour est puissant. Zia. God damn it, I just forgot the Ziva-ism. Sorry. So I have to do the Ziva-ism of the review, because I just fucking forgot. Let's, do this. So a Ziva-ism, by the way, is, because Ziva is from Israel, so when she moves to America, she's trying to say, American idioms, but she always says it wrong. So, okay, I want to find a good one. I want to find a good one. Sorry, I'm trying to. Okay. Okay. Ziva asks McGee in the NCIS staff office, or not staff office, HQ. So now your image is homopubic? Sorry, not McGee, Tony. I can't read. Ziva asks Tony, so now your image is homopubic? Tony says, the term is homophobic, and no, prejudice of any kind is an ugly thing. There. Ziva-ism of the day. I'm gonna try and do it every week, if I can remember it. Otherwise I have to do it real quick. Now, Zia. Well, if anyone has any problems with this marriage, speak now or forever try and bait the bitch who is also trying to bait you. This was a fun episode. Tony and Ziva, Season 1, Episode 4, titled Wedding Crashers. So I want to talk about a few things before I talk about this episode in particular. I know a lot of people noticed, wait, didn't my review of the first 3 episodes get split into 5 parts? Yeah, so I did, okay, so here, okay, I want to set the record straight what happened when I tried reviewing the first 3 episodes, when I initially posted my review for the first 3 episodes. I wanted it to be one particular video, and my computer was deciding to be an asshole to me and say, your video is way too long. But the computer says videos are typically way too long when they hit 5 hours. So I was having to struggle with the computer. Luckily, I had to legit split it into five different videos. I then decided to download all 5 parts and put it in one consecutive video. Unfortunately, there was some technical difficulties. As I did rewatch the video in particular, I don't know if you noticed, but you'll see like particular just blackouts. It'll go to the video, then maybe for like a millisecond, you'll see like a black space. That's why it was my videos. Yeah. So I was doing the computer. See, that's why those blackouts happen in my first video. That was not supposed to happen. But hey, I know. I kind of knew that the first video was gonna be long because I had to kind of explain a little bit of Tony and Ziva's like past and their backstory, and I kind of had to talk about the first 3 episodes. I'm gonna talk about some stuff from the first 3 episodes I kind of forgot to mention, and that's kind of an error on my fault because I knew these stuff were gonna come back in future episodes, and my dumbass just was like, bleh. So there are a couple things that I do need to talk about before I talk about this episode in particular, so yeah. There's another thing. I just realized I said c'est la vie wrong in the first video. It's actually sieste la vie, not c'est la vie. So, that's me not knowing a damn thing about French. I'm surprised I pronounced la mot et poisson correctly. But, hey. But, oh well. So yes, that's kind of an error on my fault. I did realize that. So, it's sieste la vie, not c'est la vie. Can you tell I don't know a damn thing about French? So, there are a couple things I did forget to mention on the last couple of episodes. And that's kind of an error on my fault. So, I'm going to briefly talk about a few things from, like, a couple episodes. It might take a little bit of time, but yeah. So, again, if you haven't seen Tony and Ziva, if you haven't seen the new episodes, massive spoiler warning. I will go into whole-on spoiler territory. Just want to let you know that now. So, if you want to see Tony and Ziva, the first 3 episodes, or episode 4, Wedding Crashers, probably skip this video and then come back. Skip this video, watch episode 4, then come back. So... without a doubt, let's talk about it. So, I forgot to mention 9.4, because that is kind of an important thing. My brain just blanked out on 9.4, and I should have mentioned it, because it is important. So, how, Martine, played by Nassima Benchicou, again, I don't know how to pronounce, so that's fine. Because I did mention that she does cyber-attack Tony's security company, and she transfers funds, through Tony's account and making it look as though he laundered 115 million euros. But how she does that is that she steals a little, like, domino-sized chip called 9.4. 9.4 is essentially the MacGuffin of the show. And 9.4 is a device, a hacking and tracking device that will transfer funds illegally for no reason, and like legit like, legit, like, illegally. I don't know what... I was gonna say something, my brain just farted on me. So, because of that, Martine does, steal 9.4. So, in this, so that's sort of how she, transferred the funds, made it look as though Tony was laundering a whole bunch of euros into his company. So, because of that, there's that. She also is tied with this billionaire, she's tied with two different people, to be clear. There are background noise, just want to let you know that now. So, she's tied with two different people. One person is Henry. I forgot to tell you, and Martine is also a, corrupt Interpol agent. Forgot to mention that part, too. So, that's the fun notice. Unless the show's just gonna reveal to us that she's not an Interpol agent, which, if that does happen, boy, is Tony and Ziva fucked. Because it's gonna escalate problems even higher at that point. So she's tied with Henry, a person that has been in really good contact with, Tony and Ziva. In fact, he even hosted, Tali's, birthday party. When she was like, I don't know if they said if she was 7 or 8 or something. So, because of that, for a long time, Tony, Ziva, and Henry were friends. Well, it turns out that Henry has been working, sort of closely with Martine. And so, and because of that, Henry does kind of believe that Tony and Ziva did what they have been framed for. So that's why he issued a red notice. I think he issued a red notice because Martine told him to, not because, like, I think a bit of him still believes Tony and Ziva, but because he has been working with Martine, I think she's been trying to get in his head. I don't know, maybe Henry's a full-on douchebag and an asshole, and my brain, I'm just hoping for him to be a good guy. I don't know. But she's also tied with, this guy, this billionaire. Hold on a second. I'm trying to remember his name. Tony and Ziva. It was Sean Pertwee's character. Pertwee. Let's see here. Sorry if I'm getting too close. Not the new... Okay, so Aaron Graves, that was his character. Aaron Graves, who is like a billionaire, essentially. He has his company, whose company I just forgot. It was like, Raining Fire? I have the windows open. I just realized how, white I look with my windows open. By all means, take that out of context. Aaron Graves. Fuck. Aaron Graves. Name due to the premiere. Okay. Yeah. He has a company, and I forget the company's name. He's a defense contractor. God damn it. Was it Raining Fire? Fuck. Hold on a second. This does not want to be nice to me. Fuck. I think it's like Raining something. I literally watched the episode and they said the company's name for the first time and I cannot remember. Yeah, Raining Fire. That's it. Okay. I'm going to close this window. That's not helping. Maybe it's just the light. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have the light on. I don't know. But he has this company called Raining Fire. And he pretty much builds drones. Well, what happened was Henry stole a drone. And the drone is the drone is like a security tracking device drone. And Henry stole it, and he framed Tony and Ziva for it. So to Sean Pertwee's character, Aaron Graves, he thinks that Tony and Ziva stole it, and because to Aaron, Tony worked for NCIS, and Ziva is an ex-Mossad agent. So to him, he's like, well, clearly these assholes did it. They clearly have the talent and whatnot to do this. So that's going on in Aaron Graves' head. So, not only are Tony and Ziva chased by Interpol agents, which Martine and Henry just so randomly work for, they're also being targeted by Aaron Graves. So, we haven't seen a whole lot of Aaron Graves. We only saw Aaron in one episode, and that was the third episode. But to me, it just seems like Sean Pertwee is trying to play a Crowley-type character. Have you ever seen Supernatural? Which, by the way, as of recording this, today is the 20th anniversary of Supernatural. So, I want to put that out there. But anyways, Sean Pertwee in that one episode that I saw, he just looks like he's trying to play Crowley. Especially with, how loud Crowley can be when he's angry! Like, just, he can be Crowley when he's getting angry, he can get angry and loud for no reason. Like, to me, I feel like he's playing more of a Crowley-type character than he was an Alfred-type character from Gotham. Am I the only one who's getting that? Probably just me. But, so, there's that. And then there's a couple other characters I kind of briefly touched on, but not very. I want to see. Hold on. I have to look up who plays them, because I'm going to forget. And I actually know how to pronounce one of the characters now. Names now. Boris and Frugi. Boris, played by Maximilian Osinski, and Frugi, played by Anne-Marie Waldeck. So Boris is a hacker, a well-known hacker in France, and I don't think he has. I feel like he has something. I'm pretty sure they said it, and I don't remember, but he had something to do with the creation of 9.4 and the development of the chip. But he is also going to get married to this woman named Frugi, who is a bit ditzy and ditzy is what you would call a stereotypical white girl, only she's French. I don't know. That's probably not the best terminology. I don't think that's a great wording of how I should have said that. But yeah. So, and they're trying to get married. But with the stuff that's going on between Tony and Ziva, they literally told Boris, who's a well-known hacker and a well-known criminal in Paris, they said, hey, we're fucked. We have no one else to turn to. We hate it, but we need your help. At first, Boris is very reluctant because he's like, I don't want to work for you, because he knows Martine, he knows who she is, and she's like, if you fight this lady, you're not gonna win. But then Martine crashes into his house, and so they kind of have to have Boris and Frugi join them. So. And I'm liking Boris and Frugi, and they also tag in Claudette, who is played by Amita Suman. And Claudette is also a really interesting character. I'm really liking Claudette. What I'm really liking about the show as I continue it is I'm liking Claudette, Boris, and Frugi a lot more than I thought I was going to like them. I thought Claudette, I thought she was just going to be that stereotypical straight character that was like, hi, I'm here. And, like, yeah, she kind of is, but she's also very smart. She knows when things aren't right, and she's actually she's a character that I feel like once we continue, she's gonna be more fleshed out. For now, she is just a straight character, but as these episodes progress, she's getting more fleshed out. Same thing with Boris and Frugi. They were kind of a straight Jane plain couple within the first 3 episodes. But with this episode, which I'm going to talk about, Boris and Frugi, as I've watched the show, Boris and Frugi, that couple is like getting more fleshed out as I watch it. And that's what I'm really loving about these new characters, is that these characters could have just been like just straight and whatnot. But they're getting more fleshed out as we watch them. I mean, yeah. So, but sorry, I'm getting the sniffles today. I'm just now getting over my fall allergies. It's like raining, so I think I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. But alright, whatever. But like, these characters could have just been straight, plain Jane characters. Not really anything interesting, but they aren't. They actually have something of importance and something of value to them. And they actually have motivation. And that's what I was kind of worried that they were the opposite of. Boris and Frugi, I wasn't really interested in them at first when I saw the first 3 episodes. Now I'm interested on this couple. Because they are so weird. They're off color some of the times. But I'm liking it, and that's kind of what I think about it. But like, yeah. Anyways, what was I trying to say? Oh yeah, and for the longest, yeah, now I remember what I was trying to say. So throughout the season, Boris and Frugi have been trying to plan a wedding, and Claudette has been saying, no, you should hold off on the wedding. You guys are kind of on the run. Interpol agents are on our ass. You guys should just hold off the wedding. And Boris and Frugi, they're like, no. We're in love. We want our wedding done now. We already booked everything. We want to get married ASAP. And then that was until Tony thought of a plan, and that was, hey, what if we lure a trap for Martine and for Gallimard, who is played by Emmanuel Bonami? Yes, I actually got one right before even seeing the cast list. Yay me! I actually got a cast right without having to. Okay, I guess I kind of got me this then before. Anyways, but so they're thinking, what if we set a trap for Martine and for Gallimard, and we still have the wedding, but we lure the trap for Gallimard and Martine. And so what happens is that Tony tries to pretty much hack Henry's cell number so he can text Martine through his cell number, and Martine can respond. So that way, once that happens, it's like, trying to think. I know what happened. Hold on a second. Words are not kind to me, so I'm trying to, sorry. I also should do this. Okay, kind of. talk about that. Hold on. Okay. So they want to try and hack Henry's cell number so Tony could talk to Martine, but Martine, she just thinks that she's talking to Henry, which is obviously not the case. So that way once the wedding's done, they can have like big old showdown and hopefully get 9.4 back. Well, that's kind of doesn't happen, because what happens is Martine, she decides to bait them while they bait her. So it's like, it becomes sort of a baiting war. So what happens is that she orders Gallimard to take Frugy without Tony, Ziva, Claudette, or Boris knowing. And she also orders Henry to bash in on the wedding. So all of them have, so there's this whole big showdown that happens. And that's pretty much the whole episode. They have a whole showdown of Tony and Ziva baiting Martine, while Martine baits Tony and Ziva. So it becomes like a baiting war. It's essentially this episode. Eventually they do get 9.4 back. How? Because after Tony does a fight, after Tony fights Gallimard and throws Gallimard off a building and Gallimard lands onto a river, apparently 9.4 fell out of his pocket, in the ocean. So Claudette got 9.4 back. So, and by the way, is Gallimard still alive? Yes. I don't know how. Tony literally pushed Gallimard off the building. Gallimard lands in the ocean. And at the very ending of the episode, Gallimard just comes out of the ocean and be like, well, that didn't hurt me one bit. I'm like, the fuck? You fell like 5 feet. How the hell are you still alive? Like, then again, this is NCIS. With NCIS, kind of have to expect the unexpected, so, I don't know. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can turn off my light, see if that makes any difference. I still look white as hell. Anyways, again, take that out of context. So, yeah, so there's that. So we kind of talked about that, and then there's some other stuff I want to talk about too. See, I put a list here. Okay, I'm gonna talk about the park scene, because this could come up later. So in the show, we do often get like certain flashbacks or memories, I guess you shall say, of back in like early 2020 or back in early 2021. And that's when Ziva is like remembering old parts or whatnot. And recently, Ziva was remembering one portion in June of 2020 where, so they had told Ziva that they were practicing stranger danger, like tips and whatnot. So Ziva noticed that this lady was giving Tali a cupcake. Ziva, with her Mossad training and NCIS training, she suspected of this being not good play or whatnot. So she came in, she ran there, and she said, no, Tali, don't eat that cupcake that this lady is giving her. And then Tony comes in, and he's like, Ziva, that's Celine's mom. Celine is a friend of Tali's at school. And then so Celine's mom. So by the way, we never met Celine. And then Celine's mom is played by someone, I don't know. I don't think there'll be important characters later on. But yeah. So there's that. So and Ziva feels sorry because she was so used to, because she's wanting to protect her daughter, and she felt very terrible and bad at the fact that she just did that, especially with Ziva. Wow, 26 minutes in. Not Ziva, especially with Tali there. And so he's like, you were trying to protect her. It's not that big of a deal. And eventually we see later on that Tali actually gets a nightmare. And that nightmare is that a scary old witch gives her a poisoned cupcake. And she said, sort of like Snow White. So, and Tony and Ziva just tell her, it was just a dream. Don't worry. And she's like, okay. And then another bombshell gets hit. So, this is what I mean by I am going to go on full spoilers. I'm going to go on full goddamn spoilers. Because this needs to get addressed. This fucking needs to get addressed. So, apparently, after that happened, Ziva literally told Tony, I can't do this. I can't leave my daughter's life. I can't do this anymore. Tony said, no, stay with us. And at that point, Tony was hesitant. You could tell. Tony was hesitant about something. And he said, I've been thinking this over. I don't know if I wanted to do this. But I do. I do now. And Steve was like, what do you want to do? Then Tony hands out a ring. Not just any ring, the promise ring. The DiNozzo promise ring. And for die-hard NCIS fans, you know what this goddamn means. The promise ring was something that, in the original show, the DiNozzo promise ring was a ring that was passed down to every heir of the DiNozzo family. And it was a ring that it was their own wedding ring, essentially. It was passed down to every heir of the DiNozzo family. And the DiNozzo promise was that they would only use it if they meet a woman or just meet like person that they fell in love with, or like they're a spouse or like a partner that they love in, and they would propose with that ring. Tony's dad had commitment issues because Tony's dad was divorced many times. And it's a ring that usually in the DiNozzo family, you get it once you turn 21. But his dad didn't give him it until he was in his late 20s. Because his dad had commitment issues and he didn't want Tony to follow through with the commitment issues he had. So when I saw that Tony had gotten that DiNozzo promise ring, I knew what was going to happen. And what the fuck happened? Tony proposed to Ziva. And what did Ziva say? Yes. Here's the thing. Back in, like, what was it, episode 2 or episode 3? So, Tony proposing to her, this happened in June of 2020. Going back to current day, September 2025, Tony and Ziva are still not yet married. And there was a scene when Tony and Ziva first met Boris and Frugi. Frugi said, "We've been planning our wedding for so long. Have you two ever planned a wedding?" And you could tell in that one scene, Tony and Ziva were like, and they just didn't answer the question. They were hesitant. Only question is, why? Why is Tony, who's so sure that he wants to marry Ziva, why has he kind of stepped back and not even started the wedding process? There's something going on, and I don't know what it is. Because it's obviously not the Nicole situation. Because Ziva didn't know anything about the Nicole stuff until episode 3. And, like, she didn't even know who Nicole was until we met Nicole. So it's obviously not that. It's obviously something else. Because if I remember correctly, I think Michael Rifkin... Rifkin's dead. Pretty sure. Why am I even asking myself that? Yeah, he died, yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna waste that Google search, because there was an episode where Tony shot him. Never mind. So, yeah, not Rifkin. I don't know. I don't know. Something's up. I don't know what. But anyways. And on the ending of the episode too. Sorry, I'm trying to erase things because I have a list of stuff I want to talk about in this video. And at the very ending of this episode, once Galamard takes Frugi, Ziva has to pose in as Frugi. So she puts on the wedding dress. The veil covers her hair, not her face. But her face looks like Frugi, so it was like, eh. But when she's in the wedding dress, after the whole thing at the end of the episode is done, Ziva told Tony and said, "Hey, can you help me get this wedding dress off? This thing is like a damn death trap." The dress that was meant for Frugi. And yes, they do, of course, rescue Frugi. I'm gonna get that out of the way. And so Tony's like, "Sure, I'll help." And what do? They go at it. And it's not until Frugi catches them and she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even know you were here." And Tony and Ziva was like, "Oh, let's go back upstairs." Because they were on the yacht, by the way. They went onto a yacht to go hide again. So, yeah. So Tony and Ziva might possibly get back together? There's an inking suspicion that I think that they're going to possibly get married at the end of the season. Possibly. But yeah. And, of course, they also go into another territory where once Claudette recovers 9.4, the little device, they also find out that Henry got his boss in prison. Not only did Henry frame Tony and Ziva, but he got his boss in prison. his boss in prison for something he didn't even do. We don't know what. And that will lead us to the next episode. So, I think this is a good episode. This was a fun episode to watch. I'm curious what's gonna happen next. Oh gosh. So, it'll be interesting to see what happens with everything. But yeah. Fingers crossed Tony and Ziva gets married at the end of the season. Fingers crossed. I don't know. But, yeah, so that was episode 4, Wedding Crashers. Yeah, so this is kind of a shorter video, like, not even 20 minutes less than previous video. So, yeah. But, anyways, yeah, I have a lot of videos I want to see if I can try to do. I know I didn't do the Lilo and Stitch video last week. I'm gonna try to do it tomorrow. No promises. No promises, but I'm gonna see if I can try to do it tomorrow. Today's been a hectic day, guys. I've had so much to do today. So, hopefully I'll do Lilo and Stitch tomorrow. The reboot for Lilo and Stitch. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's all I really need to talk about as far as this episode is concerned. I'm interested to see where this goes. But yeah, I think this, honestly, so far this was a fun episode. I liked this. Well, I guess there is another thing I could kind of touch on. This episode really did remind me of, I know I bring the show a lot, Touch. There's an episode of Touch where, there's an episode of Touch, and it was in season 2. And it's honestly one of my favorite episodes of the show. I think it's called Ghosts, if I remember correctly. And that episode took place in only one location. And that was the news station. Or news... news station, a publishing place. And that's honestly the most heart-pounding episode. And that's like one of the Touch episodes that when I watch it, when we finally get to the main resolution, it's like, ooh, okay, well, there's obviously got to be more, like maybe 20 minutes more. Nope, that's the end of the episode. That's how I felt with this episode. This episode, I mean, not including the flashback stuff, disregarding the flashback stuff, this episode only takes place in one setting. The church where Boris and Frugy are going to do the wedding. And boy, this episode felt quick. Like, this episode reminded me of that Touch episode. The season 2 Touch episode, Ghost. So, and I love those kinds of episodes where, even though the episode takes place in one location, boy does it go quick. So, but yeah. I don't know if there's really much I can add on. Yeah. Episode 4, Wedding Crashers. What did you guys think of this episode? I love it. I don't know. I think it's close to episode 2. I think this one's neck and neck with episode 2. Because I liked episode 2 mainly for the focus of the self-driving murder cars. That was just fucking terrific. I think I just spit on the camera. Whatever. But yeah, the self-driving murder cars were just fucking terrific, and I just loved it. This is like neck and neck with that episode. But yeah. So, let's go ahead. Man, I look so goddamn white. By all means, take that out of context. Let's do the next Ziva-ism of the review. I want to find... let's do this one. Okay, Ziva tells Tony this while in the NCIS HQ. You might want to do something about your hair. It's sticking up like a porcupine. Oh, wrong word. A porcupig. The little animal with the little spikes. Yes. And McGee responds saying, porcupine? Ziva says, porcupine. Thank you, Very Special Agent McGee. Yeah. That's my Zivaism of the review. I don't know. I need to find good ones. So, that's been my Tony and Ziva episode 4 review. And when it comes to, especially with Tony and Ziva, l'amour est puissant. Tony and Ziva are going to the big house. See you guys. But escaping the big house, not as easy as it looks. Tony and Ziva, Season 1, Episode 5, titled To Be Determined. I'm gonna say it, this probably wasn't my favorite episode. This was not my favorite episode so far. It was good, but not an episode I like the most so far. I think it's just kinda, yeah. It's okay. It's okay. But that's like the best I can give it. It's just okay. So, like, yeah. I wish I had a lot of things to... I mean, well, I have some things to say. But, yeah. This was... I don't know. I don't think... Yeah. I thought I was going to have a lot of things to start off beginning this, and I'm just kind of, like, blanking off, because I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have things written down here on a doc that I should probably talk about. But, yeah. So, in this episode, this follows after the events of the last episode. So yes, Gallimard is still alive. We don't see Gallimard in this episode, however. He's not apparent in this episode, and I mean, I wasn't kind of expecting him to, honestly. But maybe next time. Maybe next episode we'll see him. But in this episode, it follows the events after the last episode, where Tony and Ziva did the undercover wedding operation after Boris and Frugi got married. And in this episode, they're now trying to plan to break out Jonah something. I forgot his last name. Hold on. Tony and Ziva. Jonah something. Hold on. His last name. I forgot the character's last name. Really? No cast members? There we go. But Jonah, the Henry's boss. Oh. I just wanted he had a last name. Okay, Jonah. Google doesn't like me. But they had to get Jonah out of the Supermax prison in Graz, Austria, or Grays, Australia. I don't know. However you pronounce it. So they are to break Jonah out of the Supermax prison. Jonah. Sorry, the actor's name is Julian Ovenden, and he's playing Jonah. So I'm getting Julian and Jonah mixed up, because I'm looking at it now, and it says the actor is Julian Ovenden, so I keep wanting to say the character's name is Julian, when it's Jonah. J's fuck me up. Okay. So, they're trying to go to, they're trying to break Jonah out of the Supermax prison in Graz, Austria. So how they do that is, no joke, Tony, Ziva, Ferrugi, and Boris, and Claudette, all of them, they plan to steal Martine's plane to go to Graz. So, and in the Supermax prison, for some reason, Jonah is tagged under the name Oscar Zagreb. And so they're trying to find Oscar Zagreb. But also, they're trying to find Oscar Zagreb, aka Jonah. And what they want to do is they want to try and use the 9.4 chip to get into the prison security, so that way they can get into it, the prison. Wow, sorry. It's early morning for me, so, and that's pretty much the whole point of this episode. In fact, to me, this whole episode really does remind me of, like, the last one. Remember when I said in the last episode that where the last episode mainly took place at the church where Boris and Ferrugi were getting married, as well as when they were doing the undercover op? That's sort of the same thing here in this episode. This episode mostly takes place in the Supermax prison. And that besides the flashback sequence that happens in this episode, which I'm going to touch on that as well. But so there's that, and I think and it's weird because there's some episodes of shows or whatnot, particular episodes of shows, where for me you can definitely take place in an episode in only one location. It just needs to be smart. It needs to be shown through. It really needs to be put together really well. And I set an example in the last episode where I said the season 2 touch episode, Ghosts, really does that effectively. It keeps the tension going. It keeps everything that you want in an episode like that touch episode interesting, and like your heart is pounding. Sort of the same thing with Wedding Crashers, the last episode of Tony and Ziva. It managed to, yes, do very simple plots, which is Morris and Ferrugi's wedding, as well as the undercover op, but it still managed to be interesting. This one, there are twists that I did not see coming, and I am definitely going to talk about those. But, to me, this just wasn't an interesting episode. I don't know. I think, and this was just kind of the one episode where I'm like, this is really losing me. I'm not saying it's a terrible episode. It's a good one. I just don't think it was put together well. Or I feel like there are some pieces that they needed to add in to make this entertaining. And it was, I don't know. This was probably the one episode of this series I was like, oh, okay, I wish they did more of this. Okay. But it's not a bad episode. It's not, because there are a lot of good stuff and moments in here. So, anyways, eventually, what happens after that, things kind of become a little bit awkward with Tony and Ziva, because after they kissed on the yacht, after the whole wedding op in the last episode, they kind of were like, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen, because Fruji caught them kissing on the yacht, and things are kind of awkward between Tony and Ziva, and I still think they're still in love with each other. They obviously are, because why would you just kiss on a yacht for no reason, and when you guys have tried to be co-parenting, and not trying to be together after 4 or 5 years. They're still in love with each other. They're just... yeah, I don't know. It just proves even more that they're still in love with each other, and it just proves that possibly they'll get back together. I don't know if it'll be after this season or what, or after a couple of seasons. I don't know how many seasons they're going to make of this show, but yeah. So, eventually, what happens, Tony and Ziva sneakily put the 9.4 chip into the prison, and they get inside, and Claudette and Boris, they create a new identity for Ziva, so that way she can be inside the prison, just for that one day. And that name is Irma Stroff. I don't know why I put that in my notes, because that doesn't... I mean, the name of her identity... because the name of the identities doesn't really matter in the rest of this episode. But, wouldn't you know, one particular person is in the prison. And who is that, you say? Martine. That's not the only thing. Guess what else is in the prison? The stolen raining fire drone. The drone that, we'll say Henry stole. Getting there. I'm getting there. And after Tony breaks Jonah out... oh yeah, by the way, this is a spoiler series. This is a massive spoiler series. Massive spoiler series. If you do not want to hear this, get off this fucking video. Okay? Still here? Okay. After Tony breaks Jonah out of the prison, we find out who the mastermind behind all of this is. Who framed Tony and Ziva. And it's not Henry. It's Jonah. Henry's boss. Jonah, who has been really good friends with Tony And Jonah was in the first episode. I just didn't talk about it because I didn't think wouldn't matter. Obviously it does. But Jonah framed Tony. And he stole the raining fire drone so that way it could be in the prison. I'm gonna take a little sip of this. I know I usually wait until the rest of these videos to do that, but just let that sink in. Let that sink in. Has it sunken in? I was shocked when I found all this. I'm like, I liked Henry. And Henry obviously has to have been a really good friend to Tony and Ziva if he hosted Tali's birthday party. Obviously. So, like, in my head, I was thinking, there's no way Henry could have possibly framed Tony and Ziva. But then, NCIS does this. It really does do that. And I'm like, well, I guess you're a bad guy. He wasn't. My gut was correct. My gut was correct. My fucking gut was correct. But my gut was not right about one person. I don't know. I legit thought it would have been Sophie. I legit thought it would have been Sophie. Here's why. Sophie is the nanny. So she and Tali are in the safe house. And we haven't really seen much of Sophie in the show. So, like, in my head, I'm thinking, obviously, it's gotta be the person that we don't see much. And I was correct about that one part. I was correct, because we haven't really seen Jonah that much in the show. But man, was not correct about that. I legit thought it was going to be Sophie. And, like, she has Tali in her clutches, so, like, obviously, that would be really good with her just, nope. So, I don't know. Just watch it. We're gonna get like maybe a twist with Sophie, and I got all this. Yeah, we'll see. So because of that, he has the guards knock down Tony. They don't really knock down Ziva. I don't know why, because she is a fucking ex-Mossad agent. She was trained to be an assassin. So, like, sure, knock down the person that could literally fight you. Okay. They just kind of... Yeah. So, and they put them in a cell. But here's the thing. When they had found out about Jonah being, the mastermind, Tony did have an earpiece at that point, and he told Claudette a cipher, and that cipher was snatch our rat food. What that would have been is there would have been a key word. Snatch would have been like 6 letters. R would be 3 letters. Food would be 4 letters. And rat would be an acronym. And like, I think I had put it in there. Did I not put it in there? Oh. But, okay. And the rat, okay, sorry, I'm going way off my notes here. Sorry, my friends. I'm like, wait, what's happening? Oh, okay, I should have said that part later. Okay, but, well, you know what, I'll just say it right now. Oh, no, I won't. I'll say what the RAT was later. And after Tony and Ziva get put into a cell, you won't believe what happens next. Martine and Jonah both end up getting the 9.4 chip. So now they are in the clutches of 9.4, making this even more disastrous. And what happens after Jonah gets 9.4, he then tells Martine to find a way to get to Tali. And Martine doesn't really want to. She doesn't really want to harm Tali. Not like she's harmed Tony and Ziva, but okay. She doesn't really want to harm Tali for whatever reason. I'm not exactly too sure. But because Jonah is her boss, she just kind of shrugs and says, fine. We'll get to her, even though I don't want to. So, there's that. And then there's also this other sequence that I should probably talk about. There is this scene where, holy crap, I've been doing this for 21 minutes now. There's also this one other scene where we cut to a flashback way back in July of 2020. Tony and Ziva are in a cell, and they're just thinking. They're just thinking to each other, and they're talking to each other. And Tony then remembers of a flashback where we cut back to July 2020. In this moment, Tony and Ziva went to couples therapy with Ziva's therapist, Dr. Lang. And Dr. Lang, then, Dr. Lang, played by Terrence Maynard, he then tells Tony and Ziva, and the other couples that are in couples therapy on that day, saying to respond, to finish a sentence and tell them to each other. And that sentence is, "You hurt me when." So Ziva starts off and says that Tony hurts her when he's not present, when he's not listening, and when he's not willing to make a wisecrack. Especially when Tali's not around, because Tali's his best audience. And then we get to Tony. And Tony's sentence is, nothing really hurts him when Ziva's around him. To Tony, Ziva has been through so much. Having to deal with essentially her betrayal from Assad's allegiance, when she murdered her own brother in order to save Gibbs, having to go through and fake her death to save her daughter, and having to deal with coming back and reuniting with them. To Tony, she's gone through so much. And to Tony, he just loves that she is resilient and whatnot. And Tony knows that Ziva's not perfect, but he just loves how pretty much badass Ziva can be. But Dr. Lang overheard this. And heard this whole thing. He heard this whole thing that Tony told her, saying that he just loves that Ziva's dead honest and just loving. And he told Dr. Lang saying that... Oh, no, and Dr. Lang told Tony after the whole couples therapy appointment, Dr. Lang told Tony to start being honest. Because there has to be moments where he gets hurt whenever Ziva's around him. And if he isn't, then it's not a relationship. It's a performance. And some relationships grow, but performances must end. And Tony, he heard that and he just said something along the lines of, "You're not charging me for this, aren't you?" Because they were talking about it after, at the nighttime when he was visiting Tony and Ziva before Ziva went to bed. And I think knowing this part too really does give you some clarity and answers as to why potentially they haven't started the wedding. Because this couples therapy was after they got proposed. So it's just kind of weird. It's very weird. It makes you think that maybe Tony did listen to Dr. Lang, and that he did hear his thoughts and he did hear his opinions, and was thinking, maybe he's right. Maybe I should end this. But then that scene on the yacht in the last episode just makes you think, wait, they're still in love with each other. So it does, I think, give us some clarity and some finality as to why they haven't gone married. But what's interesting too is that at that night, Ziva had asked Tony, saying, "What did Dr. Lang tell you?" And Tony just responded with, "Not a whole lot." Tony lied to Ziva. So it's either A, Tony did hear what Dr. Lang said, and he decided to break up with her, or B, Ziva found out that Tony lied to her, and she just didn't feel like she wanted to continue. It's one of those two things. But yeah. So I think we found some clarity as to that whole scenario. But yeah. Anyways, going back to the rat thing after that, so they figure out how to get Tony and Ziva out of the prison without 9.4. And at this point, they don't know that Jonah and Martine have 9.4. They just don't have it to them. They still think 9.4 is still in the security. So, then obviously it's not. So what they decide to do is they use the cipher that Tony gave her, which was snatch our rat food. Snatch being 6 letters, R being 3 letters, food being 4 letters, and rat being an acronym. And rat is remove all tags. And what that means is Claudette uses the acronym and quite literally removes all the tags that are used in that place, in that system, at the prison. So Claudette removes all of the names and whatnot at the prison, and hopes to potentially get Tony and Ziva out of the prison easily. So once Tony and Ziva get out of their cells, they figure out that maybe we should do one thing. Even if it's not something we particularly like to do. Call Henry. In fact, Tony came up with it, and Ziva quite literally said to him, Tony, have you trusted your instincts at all? And Tony said, lately, not so much. But Tony does. Ziva does. So Ziva's like, just call Henry. So Tony does. So he calls Henry, and what do you know? Henry says yes. Another thing I should probably get to as well. We also met a new character in this episode. The character is Dejan Lazar. Hold on. Dejan Lazar. Find who plays him. Who plays... Really? Hold on. Now I have to go through IMDb because it doesn't want to cooperate. Dejan Lazar, played by Velibor Topic. So Dejan Lazar, played by Velibor Topic. So Jonah and Martine decide to break out a prisoner from an inmate from the prison, Dejan Lazar. So that way they can use him to use 9.4, which they have, and hack into the stolen raining fire drone that is currently at the prison. So when they do, and Dejan says, why? Why should I do that? And Jonah literally says, I know all about your past. And I could use that against you. And that past is that he had worked with Aaron Graves illegally because it helped create munitions that had set an attack in Sudan. Shit. What the fuck? I can't talk. So, and he says, I know all about that I know all about that attack, all about the attack in Sudan that you and Aaron Graves did. I know that you didn't like doing it because that meant your son knew what you do, which is to create munitions to pretty much start wars. And I can use that against you if you do not help me. So Daejun literally just says, fine, whatever. So, yeah. And then eventually, Henry helps break Tony and Ziva out of the prison. But, so eventually, yeah, Henry does break out Tony and Ziva from the prison. They have a whole huge fight sequence with some of the inmates. So yeah. And then, after that, Claudette decides to call Tony and Ziva and let them know that they got a recording from Tali. And that recording pretty much showed that Tali said that there are quote-unquote strange men in the safe house in which her and Sophie are in. And those those strange men are probably people, or unlikely people, that Martine hired to get to Tali. And the last thing that happened in this episode that will set the course to the next episode. Again, these are reasonings why I say that these videos will have massive spoilers, because, yeah. And that is, once Tony and Ziva get out of the prison, and once they go out, when you know, Martine and Jonah and Daejun catch them and Henry. And what happens as Henry tells Tony and Ziva to drive off and save Tali, Jonah kills Henry. Henry is stabbed, and then he is shot. Henry's now dead. And that's the end of the episode. So that was Season 1, Episode 5. To be determined. Yeah, I'm just gonna say this. I wasn't a fan of this episode. I really wasn't. It's just an episode that I thought was okay. I wish this episode... I wish they did more with this episode, because I feel like the idea and the plot and the twists are good. They have a lot of stuff going in for them. But, like, this episode just wasn't the best, in my opinion. I don't know. This is the one episode so far that I just am like, I wish they did a lot of this shit differently, because it's just, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. That's probably just me. I'm probably just the asshole who just didn't like everything in this episode. But oh well. Well, not everything, because I like the twists and I liked that Dr. Lang stuff. But like, I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who didn't like this episode as much as I wanted to. But oh well. I'm trying to get to Lilo and Stitch. I'm trying, guys. I am absolutely trying. I just have so much shit on my plate this week. Yeah. Just, yeah. Anyways. So, there's that. I can't believe we're halfway done with this season. Because it said that this season is going to be 10 episodes. That's how long this season is going to be. And this was episode 5. I think because of the first week, with the first week dropping 3 episodes, I think that's what's throwing me off. Because I still feel like this is episode 3. But, like, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows at this point? But yeah, so join me next time. We'll be discussing episode 6. But first, I should probably get to Ziva-ism of the review, shall I? So let us do that. Ziva-isms. No, not Zia-isms. God damn it. Ziva. What the fuck? I can't type. NCIS. Ziva-ism. There we go. Okay, let's see here. We are gonna do... Yeah, that's another thing. We still haven't gotten a Ziva-ism in the show. When are we going to get one? We are gonna do... Let's do... Okay, this one. Let's do this one. Ziva says, "We canvassed the area. No one is talking. There is a Smurf war." Tony responds, "Turf war." Ziva says again, "Yes, between 2 rival gangs." That's our Ziva-ism of the review. But yeah. So, I hope you like this review, and yeah, we'll be back for episode 6 next week. Yeah, see ya. What? All we wanted to do was borrow some brown sugar. I don't know what to say, so you get a Bad Boys reference. Tony and Ziva, Season 1, Episode 6. We've got company. This is my favorite episode of the season. I am about to wake you guys up. This is my favorite episode of the season. This is my favorite episode. I don't care. I do not care what happens next. This is my favorite episode. I love this episode. I love the fact that this is a Tony and Ziva-less episode, and we get more of what's going on with Sophie and Tali. I fucking love this episode. I motherfucking love this episode. Gosh, I have so much stuff to talk about because this was exactly what I needed with an episode focused on Tali. This is exactly what I fucking needed. Oh my gosh. Oh, and we are going to talk about that moment when Tali was beating up that henchman. We are going to talk about that. We are gonna fucking talk about that. Man, this episode. Oh, I love this episode. Okay, I have a lot of notes. I'm doing the method that I did with the last episode, where I just wrote a whole bunch of notes. I'm doing that same method here. So, if I go up close to the screen, If I go up close to the screen, it's because my typing is small. Yes. So this episode opened up, and we're just gonna go straight in the fucking center of this. We're gonna go straight to the fucking point of this episode. So this episode, it started off in a flashback back in 2020. So this was, I think it said August. Not quite sure. Not even gonna double check. What was happening was that Tony, Ziva, and Tali, they were all going into this safe house. And all Ziva said... I'm going to close one of my tabs here. Hold on. All Ziva said was that it was a vacation. It was just for a vacation. She wanted to just have a getaway. And she wanted to go to a remote, secure cabin in the woods. What Tony didn't realize was that this was the same safe house that Ziva went to when she had faked her death and when she was in witness protection. And to make sure that it was Tali safe, Ziva went ahead and cleared every single guns that was from the safe house. She erased all the guns, all the knives, all the weapons, shall you say. But she missed one. And that was in a satchel that was underneath the kitchen table. Not satchel, it was like a gun holder thing. And it was like Velcro to underneath the kitchen, the dining table. And Tali grabbed it. Then Tony and Ziva ran across to Ziva and said, "Oh, no, where do you get the gun?" They were freaking out. Tony was more so pissed. Ziva, she was like, I can tell her all about it. I can talk to her. I was trained how to use a gun when I was her age. And Tony was like, "Are you really sure we're going to teach our 7-year-old daughter what you were taught at 7? You were taught to be a soldier. She was taught to be a Mossad assassin. We're not going to do that with her." And she was like, "I know. I understand." So, like, there's that portion of the episode where, Tali had found a gun that Ziva forgot that she had placed. And then, after that, we go back to present day, shall we say. We cut back to present day, where Sophie and Tali go to the safe house. Now, if you remember, while Tony and Ziva are on the run, they told Sophie to take Tali to the safe house. So she did. And when it's the same safe house from the vacation that they had went to 5 years ago, where Tali had found the gun. So while they're, Tali does get some ground rules, such as, like, you can't be on the internet, because otherwise they'll try and find a way to, otherwise Martine's, henchmen, Gallimard, and his henchmen, will try and find them. So, while they're, they pretty much are there, Tali then finds, I'm trying to see, Tali then, we'll get to the books later. Tali then finds a smartwatch underneath a pillow that was Tony's. And we get a memory. We go back and we go see a memory. Now, if you do not remember from the original show, Tony was prone to spill out movie stuff. And I think Tony is a lot like me, where me and him are cinema buffs. So, in the original show, he'll just, especially when they're solving cases, he'll just be like, this reminds me of that one movie with Tom Cruise. Or, this reminds me of that one movie with blah 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 blah. I don't know why I said that many blahs, but you get my point. So he'll just spill out cinema stuff, and he'll spill out cinema quotes. And there was one moment where, while they are at the, going back to the flashback when Tali is playing a game on the smartwatch that Tony owned. And that, it looked like it was like it looked kind of like Slitherio. Does anybody remember that game, Slitherio? Although I'm not the only one who remembers that one. That was a good game. That was like a game I remember playing a lot when I used to have an iPad. That was, when I used to, back with my childhood iPad. I remember playing that game a lot. But it looked like Slitherio, but like it was in a cave, and there were no other snakes. If you saw the episode, you get what I mean. And while that episode happened, while that flashback was happening, this was like after Tony and Ziva's feud, when Tali found the gun. And that was, Tali was talking to Tony, saying that, was Mom mad at me? And Tony was like, no, she's not mad at you, she's not mad at me, she's just upset by the situation. And when you know it, Tony then goes ahead and says this sentence, which I know is not true. I know he's pulling that right out of his own ass, for two reasons. One of them's pretty obvious. I almost flipped you off. Sorry about that. I should have done that. Nope, that's not better. Anyways, and he said, my dad used to tell me that something along the lines of, like, when things get tough, or when the going gets tough, you have to remember Ohana means family, and family must not get left behind or forgotten. Or family does not get left behind or forgotten. That told me it told me two, actually it told me three things, now I think about it. Three things. One, thank you, Tony and Ziva. That's a reminder of me wanting to fucking, me having to fucking do my first time binge of the reboot for Lilo and Stitch. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder, Tony and Ziva. Even though this show is kind of keeping me back from reviewing the reboot of Lilo and Stitch. Anyways, and like, Tony, that's a quote from Lilo and Stitch. I've reviewed the original movie. I reviewed it like 3 months ago. At this point, wasn't it? Like, what, 2-3 months ago did I review the original movie? I don't know. Find my review on YouTube. I think you'll see. maybe I'm correct. Watch them and look back on it and be like, oh yeah, it was 3 months ago. Anyways, and the other thing that it told me was that he's not true because his dad never was that kind of person. Just like with Ziva having to deal with her dad, who's pretty much training her to be an assassin, and therefore having Ziva resent her father, Tony kind of resented his dad for... And there may be more reasons to this too, and my brain is not wanting to fully click, because I am literally recording this at like 6:50 at night. I was supposed to record this earlier today, and I was so tired. But he never liked his dad because after Tony's mom died, his dad got remarried so many times to the point where it kind of got difficult for Tony to have a good relationship with his dad. And even Tony's dad has admitted that he doesn't like that he's not been in his life that much. So, yeah. But, and it's like, yeah, I know that. Yes, I know you're just pulling that out of your ass. I know you are getting that from Lilo and Stitch because your dad never told you shit like that. And if he did, where did this come from? So, yeah. So, yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm having to erase the notes whenever I'm done talking about them, and something fell. So, then, eventually, so, what happens next is, so, Tali decides to try and trick Sophie into getting out the house, and she tricks her by faking a period. Just so that way she could charge her smartwatch just to not get Sophie's attention. So, there's that happening. But, and I want to mention that charging the smartwatch, because that does come back heavily. Because what happens next is, your trustworthy, fan favorite, beloved character, Mr. Gallimard. Yes, Gallimard is not dead. Well, I mean, come on, we kind of knew this. He jumped out of the lake in the Wedding Crashers episode. But Gallimard is back, and I'm gonna say my opinions later on, because I was just about to say my opinions, and nope. So, Gallimard and his henchmen were, if you don't remember, in the last episode, Jonah Markham, told Martine to tell her henchmen, Gallimard and his, trustworthy, sidekicks, to try and get Tali and kidnap her. So what happens? The smartwatch, which is a cellular device, pinpoints their location, and Gallimard knows where Sophie and Tali are, making it where Gallimard and his henchmen break into the safe house. Yeah! And naturally, eventually, we go to Tali calling Tony and Ziva, which was, trying to call Tony and Ziva, which was that same audio recording that Claudette got from the ending of the last episode, where Tali said there are strange men in the house. So because of that, Tony and Ziva are rushing are trying to rush towards the safe house, which for them is like a 3-hour drive. And while we were there, Tony and Ziva talk to each other. And Tony asks Ziva a question. And that question is, why is it that Ziva didn't like Henry? If you don't remember, Henry was the guy that worked with Tony, and for a while we thought Henry framed both of them, but it was actually Jonah Markham. And Ziva just said that he was jealous. Ziva said that she was jealous. She was jealous of Henry's affection and love for Tali. And she was also jealous of Tony for having a really good instinct on trusting people, when Ziva hasn't had a really good history of it. And it just shows that she wishes that she could be more like Tony in the way where she wishes she could trust people easily, but she also wished she had more of a good relationship with her daughter. Because since faking her death, her relationship with Tali hasn't really been that great. And it's hurting her. Which is a really interesting thing to see. Being gone from Tali's life for 6+ years for Ziva has been tough. And having to be gone from her while being on the run is hurting her even more. So, you could tell Ziva is trying. She is desperately trying to do the right thing. But she doesn't know how to. And for her, that hurts. Yeah, and then, of course, Sophie... Why does shit keep falling on me? God damn it. I'm gonna put that there. Yeah, we kind of talked about that, too. Sophie tells... no, not Sophie. Tali tells Sophie about the smartwatch. And then, of course, Gallimard realizes that there is a I would love it if there's a pancake room. Wow. I almost said pancake room. God, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. A panic room. I almost said the words pancake room. Gosh, maybe I shouldn't do these videos at 7 at night. Wow. Okay. So, yeah. So, Galmard then realizes that there's a panic room in which Sophie and Tali are currently in. And he instructs his henchman. I'm a southern. God damn it. Wow. Maybe I should, because obviously I'm more awake when I do it in the mornings. God damn it. So there's a panic room in which Tali and Sophie are in, and he instructs his henchmen to find said panic room. Thank fucking God, I said that sentence properly. God damn it. Ugh. Okay. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. And eventually, Sophie, while in the panic room, she is trying to find signal. I can't remember for whatever reason, but she's trying to find signal. So she opens up the ventilation, whatnot. And she, of course, Sophie, she can't reach that well. She just puts her phone right where, as far as she can. And Tali's like, I can fit in that ventilation thing. So Sophie was like, okay. But she tells Sophie to go into the ventilation thing. I know it has a word. My brain isn't fucking working. So we're gonna have to work with the best we got. And once she does get signal, a bee does go into the tunnel. Ventilation tunnel. Tunnel. Found the word. I found the word. That's sort of 3D-ish. Found the word. Found the word. Found the word. Found the word. I should do these videos in 3D. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked. Fuck it. It's 7:02 right now as of recording. So a bee goes into the ventilation tunnel. And it does sting Sophie. But Tali does eventually get signal. Then she goes back out of the tunnel and back into the panic room. And Sophie notices the bee sting that she got. And she's like, are you okay? And Tali's like, yeah, I'm fine. But then, what do you know? The bee goes back into the panic room. And, another bee comes back into the panic room. By the way, there's a nest swan. God damn. A wasp nest. Nest swan? What the fuck? I know I don't usually do the cheers at the ending of the video, but I need a sip. Oh yeah, and I know I forgot to do the cheers thing at the end of the last video. And that's because my brain was so fucking tired. So I guess that counts. To repay the favor in the last one. Anyways. So, there's a wasp's nest outside of the house. That's why there's so many bees. So, a bee does sting Sophie. But what do you know? Sophie is highly allergic to bees. And she notices while going on the security camera that I'm sorry, I'm bad at pronunciation, so work with me here. Epinephrine. That. The thing when you're allergic to stuff that you put in your leg or arm or whatnot. That thing. But while she's looking at the security cameras, she notices that epinephrine is in the living room in her bag. And so she just instructs Tali that Sophie may or may not need to go to the hospital, and Tali needs to just escape. Well, here's the thing. Tali remembers of that speech that Tony had given her, while they were playing that snake game on their smartwatch. That Ohana means family, and family can't be left behind or forgotten thing. You know, that speech. That Lilo and Stitch speech. But essentially, sorry about the background noise, you guys. So essentially what happens is Tali gets the epinephrine, and she goes in swiftly and silently. Then when she notices that Sophie is laying on the ground, Tali just puts the epinephrine in her leg, waking up Sophie. And then we go back to another memory, which is while Tali is back in the panic room with Sophie, Tali is right next to the gun safe. And Tali, and we cut back to a flashback. She goes back to remembering a flashback. And that is back in 2020. Where we see Tali asking Ziva a few questions. And she asks Ziva, Mom, you guys are done catching bad guys, right? And Ziva responds, yes. Yeah, we are. So why do you have so many guns? And Ziva responds to Tali saying, guns make me safe. When I was your age, I've had to grow up learning how to fight. And she continues saying that, she doesn't want Tali to grow up the way that she did. Which essentially, Ziva really did have to grow up learning how to fight. In the NCIS lore, and I can't believe I'm going to go to Ziva backstory, but, I think it's kind of crucial. In the NCIS lore, we know that Ziva started learning how to fight at, around 5, 6, 7. And that's because, at the time, she was trained to be a Hamas assassin. She was trained and she learned how and was trained how to kill. And pretty much she worked to be a Mossad assassin. Mossad officer. Mossad officer / Hamas assassin. But here's the thing. Ziva didn't like it. She really didn't. And then we cut to, of course, when we had Agent Caitlin Todd. Agent Caitlin Todd was killed by Ziva's brother. And Ziva knew that her brother killed her. But she didn't want to outright say it, because if she did say it, she was pretty much saying, fuck you, Israel, and fuck you, Mossad, and fuck you, Hamas. So what did she say? So what did she do? She was willing to risk her allegiance and willing to cover it up by killing her brother. She killed her brother in order to save Gibbs, and she was okay with covering it up and not having Mossad know. Ziva has had a bit of a rough life. She was trained how to become an assassin when she really didn't want to be one. She just wanted to be out there solving stuff and whatnot. She only wanted to kill people that she thought needed to be killed. Such as terrible people, like her father. Yeah. And eventually, Ziva tells Tali, saying that she is like her. She's smart. And that she can get out of anything if she can put her mind to it. And then we get, I should have talked about that too. The Claudette stuff. We'll get to that later. So, we'll also get to another fun fact about Sophie that I thought, yeah, that makes sense. Sophie, who is essentially Tali's nanny, she is ex-MI6. She's trained how to be sort of like a bodyguard, especially for Tali. And that makes a lot of sense. Tony and Ziva are wanting to... I didn't think about this until I was talking to someone who also really likes NCIS. But she hasn't seen the show yet. And when I was talking to that person, she said it makes sense because if anybody was to go after, if anybody was to go after Ziva, the one person that they would go after is Tali, because of all of Ziva's stuff and her past and whatnot. And that's why they had to hire an ex-MI6 agent to be Tali's nanny. And that I thought was interesting. And because she explained it more in full on detail, and in my head, I'm tired. I can't remember the whole details, but yeah, that's essentially what the show is saying to us too. And it's yeah, for Tony and Ziva, it makes sense to them why they would do that, because those people who would go after Ziva, they would probably want to murder or torture Tali. So hiring an ex-MI6 agent to be Tali's nanny pretty much makes sense to them. So there's that. Then eventually what happens is Gallimard does the unfucking thinkable, and that is drop tear gas into the panic room. And what do you know? Sophie already has an idea. She grabs masks from the panic room, puts one on Tali, puts one on her, and they kick the tear gas into the living room where all the henchmen and Gallimard are in. Then Tali runs outside. And this is the part I want to talk about. I probably just jump scared you, but this is the part. Tali is 100% Ziva's daughter. She is 100% Ziva's daughter. Oh my gosh. So she goes... Okay, I'm sorry. This is me... My favorite... This was my whole favorite part of this whole episode. And this is the part I've been waiting to talk about for this episode. Because, god damn it, this was my favorite fucking part. I love it. 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 Can you tell how much I love this scene? Okay, so Tali goes outside, and she tries to, she was trying to get into the car, I think. So that way Sophie could get into the car. But when you know, one of Gallimard's henchmen grabs her, and sort of, like captures her like this. And the henchman was pretty much restraining her. And so the henchman said, "Oh, you're lucky I need you alive." And Tali said, "You're lucky I'm still a red belt." And kicks him right in the leg. So he kicks him right in the leg, does this to his chest, and then she grabs his arm, twists it, and then there's another part. While in the gun safe, Tali had grabbed a taser. And what do you know? She tasered his crotch and went inside the car. Then, when the guy stood up, Ziva went behind the steering wheel. She went behind the fucking steering wheel. And while the guy was standing, she ran to the engine and hit the guy with the car. I'm going to move this drink because I am going to, Yes! Yes! Oh! Oh! Yes! She has inherited her mother's skills to learn how to fight, and I fucking love it! I fucking love it! Oh! Oh, I want to see more of that. Okay, now I can move this. Now I can move this. God damn it. Gosh. I fucking love this scene. That scene was the reason why I enjoyed this episode. Just to see Tali kicking ass. Oh. Why the hell did that scene hype... why the hell did that scene hype me up? I don't know. I just think it's so nice to see the, mother-daughter thing with Ziva and Tali. Tali is a fighter, and she won't back down, just like her mother. She hit him with the car while driving! An 11-year-old! An 11-year-old, no mind you! God damn it! Oh! Oh, I love it. And then, after that happens, Sophie... Wow, my throat is going to hurt after this review. I know it. While after that happens, Sophie and Gallimard eventually go in a hand-to-hand combat match. Fight sequence, yeah. And it's a hand-to-hand match. For a while, we think Sophie's gonna lose. Then what do you know? Sophie breaks his fucking neck. Wow, this is the most badass nanny I've ever seen for any TV show or movie. Look, I get it. She's ex-MI6. Gotta hand it to her. Gotta hand it to her. Got to fucking hand it to her. And then, eventually after that, Claudette shows up at the house. So I noticed this back in, what was it, episode 2, episode 3. I didn't say anything at the time because I didn't think I need to. But now this episode is confirming it. Claudette, who works with Tony and Ziva, and Sophie, they both are in a relationship. I may be wrong. Do not quote me on it. I think this is the first time that NCIS has explored LGBTQIA plus stuff. I could be wrong. Well, no. I'm wrong. Because I'm wrong. Because there was one episode back in season 1 that didn't age well. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, never mind. But, like, disregarding that one episode, I think you know what episode I'm talking about. There's an episode in season 1 where, the villain turned out to be trans, and Tony didn't realize it, and Tony thought he was sleeping with a woman. It was back in season 1, back in 2003, and, that episode did not age well. But not talking about that episode, I don't think they've really explored that many LGBTQ stuff in the NCIS universe. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Comment down below if I'm wrong and there is something I'm missing. And if there is stuff in the other NCIS shows, then that makes sense. Because the only ones I really get into are the original NCIS Origins and this one. So maybe there is some stuff in the other shows that I just don't know. Comment down below. I could be missing something. But yeah, so that was kind of interesting, I thought. And then we also get, and then we cut back to Tony and Ziva going back to Milan with Boris and Frugi. And while there, Tony and Ziva and Tali have a conversation. And Tali goes, I'm assuming you're wanting to send me back to another safe place. And Tony and Ziva says, yes, but it's only for a couple weeks. And Tali says, what if it happens again? The first time was bad. There could be more people after me. Then Ziva pauses. And she's like, can you excuse us while I talk to Dad? So Tali leaves. And Ziva then tells Tony that, in her opinion, Tali would be much more safer to be with them. And not have to go to another safe house. I don't know what... I don't know if that's what's going to happen next, or if they are just going to go to another safe house. But I guess we'll just find out. Then we cut back to the 9.4 shit. So, yes, we talked about the whole shit with Tali and Sophie. We talked about all that. Now we cut back to the 9.4 storyline. So, let me see. So the raining fire drone that had been stolen by Jonah and Dijon Lazar and Martine, they stole the drone and they sent it to the prison for transportation-wise. Guess what? They send it back to the Reigning Fire Peacekeeping Solutions office. And the reason why is because, well, they don't know. But there could be a possible theory. And that's because they think that Jonah potentially wants to get his hands on peacekeeping, on the Reigning Fire Peacekeeping Solutions. And it could all be because of Aaron Graves. The hack on the hospital from the first episode, the self-driving murder cars from the second episode, and the Supermax break-in from the previous episode. It's kind of all connected because of Aaron Graves. And they kind of have to figure out why Jonah has something against him. Then we cut back to another scene where Jonah, and it's between Jonah and Martine. And Jonah gets a call from one of Gallimard's henchmen. And he gets told that Gallimard is dead. So Jonah talks to Martine and tells her we need to rethink our solutions. And that is, we probably shouldn't go after Tali, but maybe we should just go after Tony and Ziva. Get to them and see what happens. And, of course, this episode ends with probably the most saddening part. And that is, Tony actually has the courage to tell Tali about Henry's death. He doesn't tell her why he died, because he's trying to keep some stuff a secret. But he does tell her that he died. And you can tell it's hurting Tony. Because to Tony, Henry wasn't just another friend. To him, he was like family. And it's hurting him. It's hurting him badly. That's all I got for this episode. Man. Gosh, we're at like an hour at this point. Gosh. So I'm gonna... Hold on. What am I doing? I want to get into... So I legit like this episode. I think so far this is my favorite episode of the season. Like, legitimately. I think this one has... I like that this episode is Tony and Ziva less. And that's weird coming for a show called Tony and Ziva. But I think having the show, this episode mostly focus on Tali was kind of important. And we get to see what happens with her, especially with her potentially being on the run. Not on the run, but being hunted. It was really interesting. I loved this episode. I loved seeing Tali kicking ass just like her mom. It's my favorite episode. It's my favorite episode. So, what do we got? We are going to move into the Ziva-ism of the review, like we always do. So, let's see. Okay, this one. So this episode, Ziva was talking to a lawyer. No, not a lawyer, sorry. He was talking to this guy. I forget what this... I remember the episode. I don't remember what was going on in the situation. But she was talking to this guy who was helping out in the case. And she tells him, "And your lawyer is going to try and use her bad taste in men to impregnate her credibility." Tony responds embarrassingly, "Impugn, Ziva." That is my Ziva-ism of the review. And I know I forgot, but, well, I did kind of do so, to make up for last time. So, to make up for last time, because I forgot to do the toast in the last one, like I usually do it in all of these. Remember, especially with Tony and Ziva, l'amour est passant. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode review. And I will see you guys for episode 7 next week. See ya. Love makes you do crazy things, such as framing an ex-NCIS agent and a Mossad assassin. Because, love. Okay, I don't know. I'm sorry, I did not know how to open this video. Yeah. Tony and Ziva, Season 1, Episode 7. Dark Mirror is the name of the episode. The title of the episode is Dark Mirror. This episode is very exposition-filled. So, I was not expecting that. This was, very exposition-filled episode. And I'm okay with it. But it makes me feel, oh crap, how's this season gonna end? I almost said, how's this series gonna end? But season, if they are gonna follow up with season 2. This was, yeah. So I have my the computer side split with the camera and the notes that I put in here. I'm gonna need a lot of energy. Oh, and I changed the wine glass. I don't know. Should I do this little glass, or should I go back to the original? Let me know. I know I'm not going to use that until, the ending of the video. But I changed it. I don't know if this is better, or if I should have done the original that I did. Let me know down in the comments. I'll probably use this for the rest of the series, so I don't get any comments. But hey. Gosh. So this episode, we really got to really know the backstory more on... I'm going to open the windows. It's going to get hot here. Hold on. I'm opening the windows. I'm still here, you guys. So, this episode we really got to learn more about Jonah and Martine's backstory and their history, which I was not really expecting. I don't know. I mean, yes, we've gotten really good, backstories of villains in the original show, but I didn't think we were going to get that in here. I thought they were just going to meet these two assholes who framed Tony and Ziva just because. So, if you remember in my last video, when I said that they retrieved the raining fire drone,
back to Raining Fire, and all of it is connected to Aaron Graves, and we didn't know why. This episode explains that. And it really does a lot of talking. If you do not like, especially in the original show, if you didn't like NCIS episodes where it was just mostly exposition filled, you're not going to like this episode. So this episode is a mix of taste. This is a very exposition heavy episode. I'm okay with it because they do still try and make it engaging and interesting. But I know a lot of people are going to have a lot of issues with this episode. Me personally, I love it. I love it. But I'm also not everybody. So with that being said, I have my notes. It's going to be a long one, guys. I know it. So we opened up in the first portion of the episode. We opened it up in Milan. Back in Milan, where Tony, Ziva, Tali, Boris, Claudette, Frugi, and Sophie are all at. We then start with a breakfast scene. Tony, Ziva, and Tali are all eating breakfast outside on the patio on their safe house in Milan. And there's one moment, which is in the trailer for you guys, one moment, just my absolute favorite moment. And that is when, of course, Tony presents the breakfast table and says, "This is the DiNozzo Scramble. Enjoy your food." But he makes it in a way that Tali showed him on TikTok, on the good old Tiki-Taki. I don't have my TikTok anymore. I should have mentioned that. Sorry. Okay, side tangent. Well, no. I'll do that in my own video. I'll do that in its own video. I'll probably do like a short clip video. Anyways, so he so Tali had showed him like how to make eggs in a special way on TikTok, and he did it, and he said it's the DiNozzo Scramble. And Tali just gives him the comments saying, "You're such a Gen X, or no, you're such a boomer. Sorry, you're such a boomer." And Tony said, "Gen X, the forgotten generation." And then Tali just goes, "What's Gen X?" And then Ziva just goes, and the joke writes itself. And Tony and Ziva just look at each other, both like, And then Tali just asks them, "Are you getting back together?" And hesitantly, both Tony and Ziva say no. And the kicker is that Tali said no, said that's good. So there's that. We're gonna talk about that later on. That'll be like at the very ending. Okay, so this is gonna be very much a lot of information thrown at you. The second note I have in here. So I'm trying to think. Okay, yeah. So we then cut back to this apartment. I wrote mansion on my notes, but I'm like, wait, no, it's an apartment. Where Martine, Jonah, and Dejan Lazar are all at. And Dejan is having a feud between Jonah and Martine. And pretty much he's angry because he thinks he would go back to prison if he helps them take down Aaron Graves, the head of Raining Fire Peacekeeping Solutions. Martine then comes with a proposition saying that she will clear all of his charges once they take down Raining Fire. And Dejan, I should have mentioned this in whatever episode we met Dejan. But in one of the episodes, oh gosh, it smells like a barbecue outside. Sorry. I had my window open and air just came in, and it's like, it sounds like we have like wildfires again. I don't know if it's just because of the fall season. I don't know. Anyways, where the hell was I? Oh yeah, Dejan's son. I should have mentioned this whatever episode it was that we met Dejan, on my review for that episode. But in whatever episode it was, Dejan had this sort of conflict with his son, shall you say, many years ago. And because of that, him and his son didn't get along very well. And he said, that's all nice and done, but my son still fucking hates me. There's no way I can get along with him. Martine, however, came up with that plan. For 6 months, Martine had impersonated as Dejan online on chat logs and talked to his son. And the stuff that Martine found out was that his son misses him and wants to see him again. So, Martine and Jonah tell him, we need your help to hack into the firewall in Raining Fire's company, so that way we can hack them. And once you help us do that, then we can find a way for you to see your son again. And hopefully he won't fucking hate you. And he is like, fine. I'll agree to that. So, that note off. We then flash back in 2014. So this would have been like, what, season 11 era of NCIS, right? Season 11 era, season 12 era of NCIS. We cut back to 2014. And we find out that Martine and Jonah had first met each other at a secure con that Aaron Graves had hosted. While there, they had both talked about stuff. And eventually, they fell in love. And yeah. But however, Martine then finds somebody who's at the secure con who wants to kill her. So while there, she ends up killing him and is trying to figure out a way how to hide the body. Jonah then realizes and puts the piece together and says, wait, you're not a peacekeeping solutions officer, you're a spy. And he just helps her hide the body. At this point, it's, why are you even helping me? This makes no sense. But then we find out some backstory between Martine and Jonah. to the point where it's interesting. I'm gonna erase that portion of the note. She said that the guy who was at the secret con, who had found her, was a part of a raining fire unit who was escorting a French ambassador way back when. She was the attaché. And that one day, the ambassador had wanted to go to the beach. But Martine went into an armed convoy. They had soon found out that they had went into an ambush full of children. And the children were at least ages 12 to 14, maybe a little younger, maybe a little older. And Martine was trying to save everyone. Martine was trying to help and save every children at the ambush. But Aaron Graves opened fire. Aaron Graves shot every single kid, every single children, with no remorse at all, at the ambush. And he shot them until they were spilling blood out of their heads. And Jonah, his backstory is sort of similar. Not really. Jonah grew up in the Balkans. And Aaron Graves killed every single member of his family in the Balkans, leaving him the only person of his family left alive, and the only person of his family that successfully managed to go to the U.S. So, that's some of the backstory between Martine and Jonah. And honestly, that was stuff that I kind of wasn't expecting this show to tackle. I thought that Martine and Jonah were just going to be probably just one-note villains, not having a whole lot to do. But they don't. They want to kill Aaron Graves. And once you realize that, it makes you figure out, wait, Aaron Graves is a bad guy. So Tony and Ziva are after bad guys, and the bad guys are after a bad guy. So, but it also makes you wonder, why is it that while Martine and Jonah are going after Aaron Graves, why did Jonah frame Tony and Ziva in the first place? It's not like they were part of the equation to take down Aaron. They weren't. They just are kind of there. And it also kind of explains why Martine did not feel comfortable ordering Gallimard to kidnap Tali. Because she wanted to save every one of those children at the ambush. She wanted to desperately. So the fact that she was ordered by Jonah to tell Gallimard to kidnap Tali was pretty much, in her mind, I'm pretty much doing the same thing Aaron did. And I don't want to do that. At first, when Martine, in the last episode, said that she wasn't comfortable telling Gallimard to kidnap her, I was just confused, because you're like, you're a bitch, you're a villain, come on, this shouldn't be your first rodeo. But now that I know her history and her backstory, it's like, oh, shoot. Okay. Now it makes sense why you didn't want to kidnap Tali. You didn't want to deal... You just weren't comfortable having to be a monster. Just like the monster who killed every children at the ambush that you were a part of. So in a weird way, even though Martine is one of the villains, she does get some sympathy points. She gets more sympathy points in this episode too, but I'm going to talk about those later on. So don't worry, I'm not going to gloss over that. So eventually, Tony and Ziva have a perfect plan to bug the apartment that Martine and Jonah are in back in Paris. So they do that, and then what do you know? We get another flashback. This flashback is back in 2019, and this was when Martine recovered a document where Graves had hit up all the child murders back at the convoy. He hit it all up. The murders at Gabon, all of that was glossed over and covered up. Which makes you wonder why. I just realized how abruptly I moved on to that. Anyways, but yeah, so, yeah, we do get that flashback. And then, of course, the whole plot of the episode is literally just Tony and Ziva bugging the apartment where Martine and Jonah are in. So because of that, Tony and Ziva decide to have Tali stay at Milan with Sophie and Claudette and Boris. And in this episode, Frugy is not in it. Frugy is back in Budapest, I think is what they said. So, just to take some time off from all this chaos. So, there's that. So yeah, and then we do get this really kick-ass scene of Ziva trying to bug the apartment and whatnot. So yeah, it's a little, so that happens. But how they're going to do that, Tony and Ziva do go to Paris and they find a place to stay, which is at Ziva's therapist boyfriend's house. That is a lot of Ziva's therapist's boyfriend's house. Which makes the second LGBTQIA plus representation in the show, with Claudette and Sophie, and this being Dr. Lang and Archie. Who I liked Archie. Archie was fun. I liked him. He was a fun character. I hope we see Archie more. Archie, who's played by, let me look this up here. Tony and Ziva, Archie character. He is played by actor. My bad. James Lance. He's played by James Lance. And I like him. He's pretty fun. I think he's a pretty fun character. So they stay at Archie's house until the meantime. And while there, Tony and Archie play chess, and he just kind of talks to Tony. And some of the stuff that they talk about is that Tony still believes that he has feelings for her. There's some other stuff there, but I think I should get to this before I abruptly go to other stuff. While there, Tony and Archie talk about feelings and what Tony is feeling about Ziva. And Tony said that after he retired at NCIS, he felt like he had to do one job only: protect Tali. And while he did do that, while he does think Ziva is an amazing co-parent, and amazing at what she does, he still has some sort of feelings about her that's unresolved. There's a lot of unresolved feelings for Ziva, and he doesn't know how to tell that to her, which makes it really interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna erase a lot of notes here. Hold on. So, and while Ziva, of course, uses her badass sniping skills to bug the apartment, which she probably learned mostly from Gibbs, which was really fun to watch. And while at the hold on, I'm gonna find the and Sophie does call Ziva while Ziva is bugging the apartment where Martine and Jonah are at. And Sophie just asks Ziva, how's your relationship with Tony becoming? And she's like, you are on the run with the father of your child. Obviously, there's gotta be something. And Ziva said that she doesn't know if she's falling back into old habits or if she's really truly in love with Tony still. So there's that. But she's also like, at the same time, I don't know if it's even going to work, because Tali just said that she doesn't want us being back together. So I don't know. So there's a lot of like tension for that happens, because like there's obviously some unresolved feelings that Tony and Ziva have for each other, especially after Ziva faked her death and all. But it's just like, how do you approach that? How do you even talk about all that? And especially with Tali, how the hell is Tali gonna feel, especially considering that she is okay with Tony and Ziva not being back together? So it's like it's weird. Then we do, and then eventually, while there, Jonah and Martine, or no, not Martine, it's mostly Jonah and other corrupt agents of Interpol, break into Archie's house and does a search and seizure on his house. And he's literally just trying to go there, and he's looking and seeing if Tony or Ziva is there. And you know, Tony and Ziva, they're very good at hiding. They're very good at hiding. I think that shouldn't come to you as a surprise, considering Ziva was in witness protection for 5 years, but when she had to fake her death. So there's that. And we do realize soon that there may be more to the story with Jonah. There really could be. And that is the fact that he is using Martine. Yes, Martine is his girlfriend. And yes, while he could still have feelings for Martine, he's not really using her to his advantage. In fact, he's using he's using her to use her. Which makes it interesting. Archie said that with childhood trauma, such as Aaron Graves murdering his parents and murdering all of his family in the Balkans, it could cause narcissistic tendencies. And while he feels like he may be in love with Martine, he really isn't. And he's just using her to get to Aaron Graves. And Martine may not know that because Jonah is so damn smart. So there's that. And while listening to the radio, Tony and Ziva then realize that Jonah and Martine plan to go to the SecureCon Expo for Raining Fire, which is in 3 days. And that will be and once they go to the expo, they plan to kill Graves there. They plan to kill Aaron at the SecureCon 2025 expo. So that's so far the plan. After Dejan, Martine, and Jonah talk all about that, Martine then realizes so Martine and Dejan talk about Martine tells Dejan about all the news, or not news, but like the reasons why Jonah is after Aaron. And Dejan is just telling her, saying, he's using you. I don't think you understand it. He's absolutely using you. So after a while, Martine then realizes the information. And she tells Jonah that Dejan told her that he is just like Aaron. And the fact that he is using her. We then cut to a flashback back in 2023. Jonah then finds out that Interpol doesn't believe the information that he told about the attack on the children in Gabon that Aaron Graves did. And because of that, he's having a hard time because he's trying to show justice. He's trying to show justice on the kids in Gabon. He's trying to show justice on his brothers. He's trying to show justice on everyone. He doesn't know how to do it because he just wants to go after them. And Martine just says, we will. And we'll do that without Interpol's help. We will do it by ourselves. We will take down Raining Fire. We will take down Aaron Graves. Eventually. What do you know? They do that here. In 3 days, they are going to do it. We then cut to a scene with Tony and Ziva. It's about nighttime. And Tony and Ziva are just having a little chat. And Ziva tells her that he still thinks that he has feelings for her. He tells her the stuff that he talked to Archie about. And tells her that he thinks he still has feelings for her. Unresolved feelings. And Ziva just tells him the thing that she had told Sophie. Which was I don't know if I'm falling back to old habits or if I really am in love with you. And they just stare at each other blankly for a little bit. And he remembers. And he switches the radio from the bugging station. Switches the radio. A romantic French song plays. And says, I remember back when I met the girl I first kissed. I had a radio just like this, and the Frankie Valli song, Can't Take My Eyes Off You, played. And he just looks at Tony and says, I don't know if I can ignore what's in front of me. And Ziva just says the note. And they kiss. Which means that they are still in love with each other. But it's tough because Tali doesn't think that they do like each other. There's been times where, throughout most of the show as well, where Tali just thinks that they barely talk to each other. Ziva always calls Tony a child. And while Ziva and Tony did try and get married, Tali said that she thought that was just because they thought it would be for her. But the main fact of the reason is that Tali's okay with them not being together. She's been perfectly okay with how it is. She's just happy that she still has her mom and dad with her. Which makes it even more difficult. Tony and Ziva are having a difficult time because they're trying to make they're trying to make Tali happy. But they're also like, we still may love each other. We don't know how to confront that. So there's that. It makes me wonder how they're going to end this season. Because you could do the way of Tony and Ziva gets right back together at the end of the season. Which I think would be a bit unrealistic. Or they could still have unresolved feelings. And that could lead to season 2. If we even get a season 2. So, like, it's a lot to process in your brain. It really is. It's just... wow. But, anyways, we then cut to a scene back at the apartment where Jonah and Dejan, they talk to each other. And we soon find out that Jonah has been lying to Martine. He's been lying to her the whole time. And the proof shows that he has been using Martine. He lied to her about his brother's death. He didn't even care about his family. He hated his family. He resented them. He wants justice. In fact, he was happy. He was almost happy to see his brother die. But he still wants justice against the guy who killed him. And then he threatens Dejan to never talk to Martine ever again, ever about Jonah. But then we see Dejan just asks Jonah, "What do you even plan to do about me? What am I supposed to do about all this Aaron Graves stuff?" And Jonah just says, "I will tell you when we get there." And tell him what he plans to do with him soon. Leaving it just a very ominous answer. And then we end the episode at a public supermarket outside. And Ziva corners not Tali. And she corners Martine. That's what I was trying to talk about. She corners Martine and says, "You're lucky we're at a public setting right now, because I would do so many things to you for what you did to my daughter." And then she just asks her, "What else has Jonah not told you?" And then Ziva just leaves. And that's the end of the episode. So this was very exposition heavy. This episode was hugely exposition heavy, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it because we got to see, not so much Jonah, but mostly Martine in a very different light. We got to see her in a very different light, and we see that maybe Martine is actually a good person at heart. She's just being forced to do all this stupid shit because of her boyfriend, who, at this point, I sense betrayal between both of them. I sense betrayal between Martine and Jonah. I'm just interested in how this season is going to end. We have 3 episodes left. 3 episodes left. 8, 9, and 10. Gosh. The season is just flying by. September just flew by. September just... Like, gosh. I can't believe we're 7 episodes in. 7 episodes in. God. I love this show. I love this show. I wasn't expecting how much I love this show. But, yeah. I'm just interested how they're going to end this season. I'm interested to see if we're even going to get a season 2. There's just so many stuff happening that I'm just interested to see what's going to happen next. You know? Gosh. Anyways. We have reached that point, guys, where we must do a Ziva-ism of the review. That rhymed. Gosh, I feel like Dr. Seuss. The cat in the hat knew all about bats. Let's do... Yes. So this episode, Tony and Ziva are in a they're trapped inside a container. They're trapped inside a shipping container. And in this episode, Ziva is trying to get reception on her 2006 phone. Shall we say? This was back in good old 2006. So with the flip phones. I think, 2000, wait. 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 2000. Oh, Season 3 was 2005, 2006, somewhere around there. But she was like trying to get reception on her good old flip phone, you know. And she just says, I'm not getting any. Oh no, Tony says at first, I'm not getting any reception. How about you? Ziva, no, I'm braless. Tony then responds, I noticed that earlier, but on your phone there are bars. Ziva says, don't you have anything better to do than correct my English? I don't know. That's what happens when I literally don't know what Ziva-ism I want to do. But I hope you enjoy my episode 8 review of Tony and Ziva. Remember, when it comes to, especially for Tony and Ziva, l'amour est puissant. I feel like if I do this class, it takes way too long. What do you guys think? Should I do this one, or should I go back to the old one? I feel like if I do this one, it takes way too long. Anyways, see ya. Wow. Wow. Never in my 18 years of living did I think I would experience the magic that is of soldier robotic AI puppy dogs and the wonderful world of NCIS. Oh yeah, that happens in this. Oh my motherfucking god. Oh boy. DiNozzo and David are fuck. Not really. So, Tony and Ziva, Season 1, Episode 8. Fire Sale is the title of this episode. Fire Sale. I'm interested to see. So we got 2 episodes left. We got next week, and then we got the week after that. I might actually be able to do my review for next week on Friday next week. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna try and aim for Friday. Hopefully. I'm gonna try and aim for Friday for my review for episode 9 next week. Otherwise, look at the normal Saturday, Sunday route. So, but yeah, this was an interesting episode. I don't know why I held on that, but who cares? Who cares? No. So, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, okay? I'm bored. I just sat through How to Train Your Dragon 2, the 2014 version, and I was bored. I have a review for that one. You want to check that out. But yeah, I think, one thing I should have been a lot more clear on my previous episode reviews, when I had mentioned that, Martine told Galmar to go and get Tali. No, I'm fucking wrong. I'm wrong. Of course I am. I miss fucking details. No, I was wrong. Jonah then realized that Martine didn't want to hire Galmar to attack Tali. So Jonah hired Galmar to attack Tali. Without Martine realizing it. So when Martine saw that security footage from Ziva's safe house with that Tali busting up that guy, that was legit news to her. So I should have mentioned that portion in the ending of the last one, but you know me, I miss details. And that is okay. We all miss details. We don't need to be perfect. So, yeah. So, we're doing sort of the same route that I've been doing. I have the notes on this side, so if I look on this side of the screen, don't worry, or if you hear typies, that's because I'm deleting notes that I need to talk, that of course I am bringing up for this video. So the episode started back in a flashback in November 2020. And during this moment, we saw Tony and Ziva. This was, of course, before Tony and Ziva broke off the wedding for whatever reason. We still don't know. For all we know, Tony and Ziva could still be engaged. For all we know. Which, if that's the case, that would be weird why Tony and Ziva don't have their wedding rings on. Well, no, I think that would make sense. For Tony and for Ziva, I think it would make sense why they would. Even if they were still, quote-unquote, engaged, I think for them, character-wise, I could see them possibly not having their rings on. But, who knows? They could still be engaged, for all we know. We don't know. But, at this point, this was when they were trying to figure out who is not going to be at their wedding. Ziva told Tony that she just wanted, like, a small wedding and whatnot. And Tony gave her a whole list. It was everyone that was from NCIS and a whole bunch of their family members. And Ziva just wanted, like, a small wedding. Like, maybe both of them, Tali, Claudette, Sophie, the officiant. You know, she didn't want too much crowd. Then Tony gave her a whole list. And then they were talking to each other on how they think the wedding should happen and how the wedding should work. Then Ziva started getting triggers. And it was as though she couldn't escape out of her own body. We're going to bring this portion back. This portion doesn't really do much for this episode, but knowing how this series goes, they're probably going to bring this back for episode 9. So yes, this does not really affect this side thing. The flashbacks in this episode don't affect this episode, but knowing how this show is working and how it's running is probably important that I bring them in now for what's more than likely going to happen in the next few episodes. But I'm going to talk about the trigger stuff more as I touch more on it. But anyways, back to present time. Tony, Ziva, Claudette, and Boris. All four of them, they decide to come up with a plan. And that is that Tony and Ziva go to the Raining Fire Expo, where we all know that Martine and Jonah and Dejan are gonna go so that way they can try and kill Aaron Graves. The guy that's Jonah and Martine have against. So they go to the expo. So their plan is to go to the expo undercover, so that way they could try and stop Jonah and Martine, get to Aaron, as well as try and find audio evidence of Jonah shooting Henry, outside of the Supermax prison in Austria. So they want to get the audio evidence of that incident happening, so that way Tony and Ziva can clear their names. So that is sort of the whole plot. What they do realize, though, is that the expo's venue is held by this company that this lady named Frida works for. I remember the venue's name, by the way. But, I think it was La Corel Convention Center, I think. Don't quote me on it. I think that's what it was called. So, and Frida was an old rival of Claudette. In fact, Frida used to work with Claudette. And let's just say they didn't get along very well. They were not very good friends. So, their plan is to go undercover, get into the security mainframe, find evidence of Jonah killing Henry. That way they can clear their names. Also, just to stop Jonah trying to kill Aaron, too. That's another reason why they're trying to go to the expo. So, eventually, we do see a scene of Martine talking to Jonah. And in this moment, Martine is really trying to go into Jonah's head. And she's really trying to... She's asking him the main question. That is... We're trying to get the asshole who killed children. And you want to go ahead and target Ziva's daughter, a child. We are trying to kill the asshole who killed kids for no reason, and you're going after the kid for no reason. You're trying to be like Aaron, the asshole we're trying to kill. And Jonah just kind of shrugs it off. At this point, Martine's trust in Jonah is clearly dwindling. You could tell that while Martine... You could tell at this point that Martine does not love Jonah anymore. She may have used to love Jonah a long time ago. She may have loved him and thought he was a wonderful man. But at this point, her trust in Jonah is dwindling by a fucking thread. And she's sick of it. And the fact that it's taken her this long, and it's... Yeah. And it's interesting, too, because you're having your villains hate each other, and they're also going after another villain. This is what I love about this show, is that even though it is a clear Tony and Ziva spinoff, it is doing what the NCIS mothership did. And that is give you interesting other characters that are definitely interesting. And that is the whole Jonah-Martine dynamic. Because I feel like if you didn't have this interesting storylines of the two villains at each other's throat, and they're also going after another bad guy, this interesting side plot just would... If they didn't do this, you would probably just be watching it for the relationship of Tony and Ziva. Which I feel like how they advertised the show with the trailers and the teasers, and I've been onto the show for 5 months now. When I was reacting to teasers and trailers, I was excited. I was excited mainly for the relationship of Tony and Ziva to continue and expand. What I'm pleasantly surprised is that they're giving us more stuff to be interested about. And that is the Martine and the Jonah stuff and the Aaron Graves stuff. It's actually legit interesting. And I love how this show is doing more stuff than that you wouldn't have even thought about. This show could have clearly just been a straight, to the point, Tony and Ziva show. And to an extent, yeah, it is. But it is doing so much more. And I love this show for this. Sorry, that's a whole Jonah and that's a whole thank you to the Jonah and Martine storyline tangent. But I know, I wasn't expecting this show to do more than just be a simple, straight Tony and Ziva relationship update, you know? That's what I love about the show. So, and anyways, we're going to talk more about Martine and Jonah later on, but I had to get that out of the way. I had to get that out of my fucking system. So yeah, okay, so I kind of already talked about that. That too. Wow, I have to delete so many notes. Hold on a second. Okay, good. So, eventually, Jonah does... So, eventually we get to the expo, Tony, Ziva, Claudette, and Boris, all of them go to the expo. Martine, Jonah, and Dejan all enter the expo. And of course, because he is the presenter of the Raining Fire Expo, the asshole himself, Aaron Graves, is there. So, Aaron Graves is there. Jonah then talks to Aaron for a little bit, and you can tell Jonah's really trying to get on Aaron's good side. Jonah knows Aaron is a threat. He knows he's a person he needs to get out the fucking way. But he's also trying to be smart. He's trying to use his tactics, so he's trying to get on his good side. If you know the motto, keep your friends close, bring your enemies closer. That's what Jonah is trying to do with his tactics. And so he just talks to him, and yeah. So eventually, Claudette and Boris figure out a plan to get into the security doors that are currently being guarded by the security guards. So, Claudette decides, fine, fuck it. I'll talk to Frida, even though I don't want to. Because, Claudette and Frida weren't really good allies. They did not get along very well. So, here's the thing about Frida. I like the character of Frida. I love the dynamic between her and Claudette. I wish they used her more. I feel like Frida was underused in this episode. For how they had, talked about her before we saw her, I feel like they should have used her more. Am I the only one who feels that? Come on, I feel like she should have been used in this episode more. Maybe this is me. Anyways, so Claudette decides, fine, I'll go talk to her. And how they decide to do that, and the reason why is because Claudette wants to successfully clone the key pass that Frida has, because Frida, of course, works at the expo. So they have to talk to each other, which gets very awkward, very goddamn quick. And eventually, they do successfully clone it. Yeah, and then there's another fact, I guess, didn't really matter too much. The security guards and the expo security, the soldiers, there are also, of course, soldiers that are at the expo. I don't know if they specificized if the soldiers worked for Graves. I think they did. Maybe? I don't know. There's soldiers there. And, of course, the security guards at the expo. But apparently, soldiers and security guards do not get along. What do you know? So, yeah, there's that. Okay. So, Ziva and Boris eventually then go to the security panel with the key card that Claudette and Boris, cloned when they were talking to Frida. But here's the thing. What they don't realize is that Martine and Dejan are on their tail. And they are behind them. And Martine did kill one of the security guards at the expo. So that wonderful thing happened. So they have to really reevaluate their plan. Eventually, Tony, Claudette... So eventually the gang plans that Tony and Claudette will plan a distraction on the expo. And Ziva and Dejan will deal with Martine. Oh no. Ziva and Boris will deal with Martine and Dejan at the security room. Sorry, I mixed Dejan and Boris for a second. I don't know what the hell. So eventually they deal with Martine and Dejan at the expo. And Tony and Claudette frame a soldier for giving people backstage passes. Even though Claudette and Boris were the ones that cloned the pass from Frida. So, yeah. So, when the expo does start, Claudette does distract Frida, and they both talk to each other. And while doing this, Tony does find the audio evidence back outside when they were at the Supermax prison in Austria. And he finds the audio evidence of when Jonah shot and killed Henry. And this causes Tony to remember a flashback back in 2020. This was after Tony and Ziva had that conversation about wedding planning. And this was when Tony and Henry were having a dinner. Initially at this point, Tony was going to have Henry as his best man. Henry was going to be the best man at the wedding. But all that changed when, all this changed when Henry died. Wow, my words don't want a word. Of course all this changed when Henry died, but all this changed when Ziva didn't want a big wedding. She just wanted a small wedding, like maybe just them and Tali and the officiant and whatnot. And Henry dropped just a hint. Just a tiny hint. A little idea. And he said, maybe you two just aren't ready to marry. And Tony was like, well, and he just went back to eating his dinner. Henry does eventually get disappointed that he can't be the best man, but he understands. He knows what Ziva's been through. Having to fake her death for like 5-6 years. Not seeing her daughter in 5-6 years. Having not seen Tony in like 11-12 years. So for him, it's just kind of like, well, at this point, there's nothing I can do but just accept it and understand it. Anyways, back at present timing. The expo then starts, and Aaron Graves presents a new weapon at the expo, and presents, what do you know, AI computer robot puppy dogs. What the fuck? What the fuckity fuck? I'm sorry, if you were to tell me that I would be able to see AI robot puppies in an NCIS show, I think you'd be higher than a fucking kite. There's no way I was expecting this. I saw this, I'm like, am I watching an NCIS spinoff or a Fast and Furious spinoff? Because what the fuck? So, Aaron Graves presents his new AI robot-enhanced puppy dog weapons. Called the GNR 48313. Sorry if I just gave you dyslexia for a moment. So the robots are called GNR 48313. And he then reveals his prototype. And the prototype is named Gunner. So what the GNR 48313 does is that it's essentially like a transformer almost. So it has everybody's name in its own database. Even if the GNR 48313, even if the GNR 48313, I'm just gonna call it a puppy, okay? I don't care if it's called a GNR fuckity fuck. I'm calling it a puppy, okay? I'm calling it a puppy. Even if the puppy does not know who the person is, it has the name in its database. It knows everybody's names in its database. So the puppy can literally, let's say, even if the puppy does not know what Michael Bay looks like. At this point, this episode turned into a Michael Bay movie, so I throw that in. Even if he doesn't know who Michael Bay is, he knows it because of... Even if he's never seen Michael Bay before, he knows it because it's easily detectable. If that makes sense. So, yeah. I don't think anything I said made sense. But... So, there's that. And it also can shoot people with its puppy dog paws. So, and it also has guns strapped on the back. So literally, this is a puppy transformer. We see Transformers in a Tony and Ziva show. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I know I don't do my cheers thing until the ending of these videos, but I did drink some of it because it's sparkling cider, by the way. I would definitely know if it was... Yeah, I'm not of age yet. I'm 18. But if I was of age, I would probably drink it a lot more. But anyways... Gosh. Wow! So, eventually, Ziva and Boris catch Dejan trying to hack into the mainframe, the security panel at the expo. And he does so while using the 9.4 chip. I think it's been a while since I mentioned 9.4 in these videos. The 9.4 chip that can illegally transfer funds and can illegally hack into systems. Yeah, it's essentially the MacGuffin of this show. It just hasn't been brought up since, episode 6, I think. I don't know. I don't remember when the last time it was mentioned. So he uses the 9.4 chip to hack into the mainframe in the security panel at the expo. And while doing this, we see one of the things I love whenever I see anything with Tony and Ziva, or especially with Ziva, and that is Ziva and Martine have a badass fight. Now, I remember seeing a bit of clips from this fight in the teasers and in the trailers when this was announced, and I was, of course, excited for it. And, of course, they don't disappoint. The fight scene is honestly one of the best parts of this episode. I loved that fight scene. I loved how well Cote de Pablo and Nassima Benchicou choreographed that. I know Cote de Pablo does most of her stunts. She does most of her stunts, even in the original show. Not too sure about Nassima Benchicou, though. I'll have to look that up. But I know for sure Cote de Pablo, she loves doing her stunts. Even when she was doing the original show, Cote just loved doing her own stunts. So I'm pretty sure most of the stunts we see in that fight scene was her stunts. I'm not too sure about Nassima, though. But for the most part, it looked like Nassima was doing those stunts. But then again, they have really good stunt doubles. So a lot of shows and movies nowadays has really good stunt doubles to the point where you don't even notice. So if it wasn't Nassima, bravo. So yeah. After the fight sequence, Ziva then just I don't remember if it was Ziva or Boris, but one of the two told Martine to do whatever the hell you want to do, but do not let Jonah take 9.4. I'm gonna bring that back later. Next, Boris then finds out later on that Jonah had hacked into the GNR 48313. The puppy. Jonah had hacked into the puppy prototype and has then made a kill list for the dog to murder. Yes, you heard that right. Jonah hacked into the Transformer puppy and made a kill list for that Transformer puppy to murder. Guess who isn't on that list? I'm gonna let you get like a few seconds. Have you guessed? Graves is not on that list. Yep, Aaron Graves, the one person that, Jonah wants to kill, is not on that list. Who does he want to murder? Tony and Ziva. At this point, here's my thing. This is probably just me. What does he want to do with Tony and Ziva? What does he even want to do with them? It's not like they even matter in his plan. At all. His plan is to mainly just get to Graves. Because Graves had killed his family. Now, we don't know what the story is with his family. We'll probably get it explained to us later on. Because we do know that he lied to Martine about his old family drama. So, maybe his family isn't really dead. But at the same time, he's trying to get to Graves. Tony and Ziva have nothing to do with his plan. So why the hell is he trying to kill them? Maybe this will get explained. I don't know. To me, it just doesn't seem logical to me. So he puts Tony and Ziva in the kill list for the puppy prototype to murder. Flashback time! We then go back to a flashback. Wow, I should just do a counter for it. Once I do because I'll probably put all these episodes reviews into one compilation. Just kind of like what I did with the Minecraft video. I need to put a counter on how many times I say flashback time, flashback time, flashback time, flashback time. That's probably being a lot, but you get what I mean. So, anyways, as we get to the flashback in 2020, and Ziva has an appointment with Dr. Lang. And she tells him about the conversation that she and Tony had about the wedding planning. And how she felt as though she couldn't escape out of her body. And he said, your body may not know how it feels to be able to handle all this. She was like, handle all this what? Dr. Lang says stress. You have been on the run, hunted. You've been from hunter to hunted for many years. You faked your death for 5-6 years. But panic still lives in your body. Even after these years of returning to Tony and returning to Tali. And what you probably don't realize is marrying Tony may just be what you think the quick fix. Maybe you think marrying Tony is gonna fix all the problems. And Ziva just thinks it through. Ziva has gone through so much shit. With killing her brother to save Gibbs, having a lot of people go after her, especially after her father died. And she's trying to feel safe. But a lot of feelings are trapped inside her. And she doesn't know what to do. It's tough for her. And she just wants to figure out a way to go back to feeling safe. Even if that is just marrying Tony and being with Tali. It's kind of become difficult for her. Anyways. Back to present time. Wow. That should be... Should I put that in the counter? Back to present time? Maybe. I don't know. Back to present time. Back to the expo. The GNR 48313, or the puppy prototype, then glitches and shoots everywhere. Just goes pow, 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 all over the expo. The puppy just shoots everywhere around the expo, and it just causes a glitch. And it's trying to go after Tony and Ziva, which it then recognizes. But then Aaron Graves decides to turn on the Faraday barrier that he has in his expo. I have no idea why the hell he has a Faraday barrier in his expo, but this billionaire asshole does. This snobbish bastard does. Gosh. So when he turns on the Faraday barrier on, a lot of technology gets fucked. And what I mean by that is that all the evidence that Tony had on the iPad about Henry shooting, the audio evidence of Jonah killing Henry, all that gets wiped off. So all their evidence that they had to clear their names, erased. So now they have to figure out what is the next step to do. Jonah then goes to Aaron and tells him to go with him. And promises that he is gonna be safe. What we realize is that Jonah wasn't trying to kill Aaron at the expo for a reason. He was trying to get Aaron to turn off his EMP, his Faraday barrier, so that way he could get close to him. Again, as I said, keep your friends close and keep your enemies closer. He's trying to get Aaron closer to him. Get to him. He's trying to get him, so that way he can defeat him. That was his whole mission at the expo, all along. Martine then goes to Jonah and tells him that he needs to stop. He needs to stop everything that he is trying to do. Because what he's doing, it's hurting not only her, but it's hurting her plan of what she's trying to do. But Jonah says no. And while doing that, Jonah sneakily gets 9.4 out of her pocket without her knowing. Even though, I don't remember who, even though Lord Boris told her not to have Jonah get 9.4. And now that Jonah has 9.4, the unthinkable can happen. After all this, Martine then does the unthinkable. Martine talks to Dejan. And Dejan said, he betrayed you, didn't he? Martine goes, yes. Now at this point, I can't trust any... At this point, there's no one else I can trust. Bang! Dejan's dead. She shoots him in the head. And that's the end of the episode! Wow! Oh. So we have 2 episodes left of this season. We got 2 episodes left. Gosh, this show just keeps you entertained. It keeps you on your toes. You don't know what's gonna happen. And I'm curious too, because I will say this. If this show if they decide we're just gonna do 1 season, so far how this show's going, I wouldn't mind this just being a miniseries. If they said it's just gonna be a single season, I wouldn't mind this being a miniseries, because I think they are really trying to wrap everything up in this season. And I would like it. I wouldn't mind it if it was a miniseries. Because, and it, like, what I like about the show, too, so far, is that Tony and Ziva, yes, this show is kind of an update on their relationship, but it is mostly just it's an update on the relationship, plus it gives you an interesting story, and it gives you additional interesting characters. You know? When the show started, I legit thought I wasn't gonna get into Boris or Frugy or Claudette or Sophie. And look here I am. Like, I didn't even think I was gonna into Jonah or Martine or Aaron Graves. But at this point, the show is just so good at keeping you on your toes. You don't know what's gonna happen next. And I love this about the show. It's so good at keeping you on your toes. You don't know what's gonna happen. And at this point, I'm interested in how they're gonna wrap up this season, because there's so much stuff going on. There's so much ground and level to this. But yeah, if this ends after this season, so far how it's ending and how it's being wrapped up, I wouldn't mind it being a miniseries. I really wouldn't. And even if they do decide to go and announce that a season 2 is happening, again, I would love it. I would love either way. I wouldn't mind if this is just 1 season, or if we get a season 2. Because if we do get a season 2, then, of course, we get to see more Tony and Ziva, but we also get to see more of Claudette, and Sophie, and Frugy, and, Claudette, and Sophie, and Frugy, and Boris. Wow, almost forgot Boris's name. Or even Martine and Jonah, if they decide to bring them back for season 2. Depending on how this show is going to end. But yeah, I'm loving this show. I think so far this is honestly better than NCIS Origins. Wow. It took guts and balls to say it's better than NCIS Origins, but it really is. The writing is fantastic. But then again, the writing in NCIS is so spectacular too. So I'm not really that surprised. But yeah, so that was Season 1, Episode 8, Fire Sale. I liked this episode. And it also didn't help that this... it also didn't help. And it also didn't hurt that this was a undercover episode. Because I love those episodes. Even in the original show, I loved the undercover episodes. So yeah, I love this episode. And we got 2 episodes left. So, I'm planning, hopefully, that I'll review episode 9 next Friday. Hopefully. If my schedule allows it. I think I should be okay. So you'll probably get a Friday episode instead of a Saturday or Sunday. A lot of stuff got cleared for that day. So hopefully you'll be getting it. I'm trying to hopefully get it before 1-ish. So roughly around that time. So that'll happen. So I'll review episode 9 next week. I'll review episode 10 the week after. And then a week after that, I'm gonna do my first time binge video on season 1. That video is just gonna be a wrap up thoughts on the entire season as a whole. And on that video, I'm not really gonna plan on talking about spoilers. So I'm planning an episode 9 review, episode 10 review, and then the wrap up thoughts for season 1 video. That's what I have to hopefully wrap up everything on my Tony and Ziva reviews. So hopefully that gets. Hopefully you know what my plans are. Season 1 episode 8 fire sale. I liked this episode. Can't really argue or I can't really say anything bad about this episode because it really wasn't that terrible. Yeah. Anyways, on to the Ziva-ism of the review. I got the Ziva-isms right on the hall. So let's see here. Okay. This was an episode where Ziva was talking to Gibbs after gathering information during a crime scene. She says, well, according to someone called Scuttlebutt, he caught his wife cheating on him. Gibbs responds, Scuttlebutt's not a person, Ziva. Scuttlebutt is what Marines call gossip. Ziva responds, and you wonder why I have a problem with your language. So, that's my Ziva-ism of the review. Yes, I'm going with this glass again because I didn't get that many responses on the ending of the last video. I don't know if I should go with this one or stick to my original one again. So I'm going with this one again. So, especially when it comes to especially for Tony and Ziva, I fuck up this line so many times. Especially for Tony and Ziva, l'amour est puissant. Oh. Gosh, that's a lot taken. Okay. It's not going to taste bad. It's just a lot taken. Anyways. See ya. Hold on. I'm trying to think of a tagline. I did not think of a tagline. Hold on. I don't know. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Okay. I don't know. It's my goofy way of saying ride or die. I don't know. Sorry this one was late. I thought I was gonna have this episode come out on Friday. Then shit happened. Stuff came up. Stuff I didn't think would come up, but they came up. Cause I had Friday off. So I thought maybe I could squeeze in a review on that day. That didn't work. So, I was practically busy Friday and yesterday. So, that's why today you got a shit ton of bonus stuff. Because I just did a whole bunch of fucking videos today. So I was practically busy. I was busy, this whole day. I was like, am I even gonna have time to do the shit I want to do? Nope.
Nope. So, yay. So, because of that, I had to catch up on a lot of shit. So, I had to do the song review from Set It Off. I had to do Chucky Season 2 review. I had to do a taste test. I had to review Demonic Toys. My brain is so mind-fucked. And, yeah, so I had to catch up on a lot of stuff. Hopefully this next weekend this is a lot more chill. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. I hope so. But yeah. Well, but this review definitely takes top priority, because if I try and do it Monday or Tuesday, I'm just gonna fall behind. So, Tony and Ziva, Season 1, Episode 9. Ride or Die is the name of the episode. Ride or Die. So, okay, I will say this. If we get a Season 2, judging by how things are looking, this is judging how things are looking for right now. I'm not saying we are getting a Season 2. This is my thoughts, judging on how things are looking. If we do get a Season 2, perfect. More Tony and Ziva. If we don't, I'm okay with it. Because this does seem to be a very good miniseries. If the case is that this is just going to be a single season. If this is just going to be a single season, that's fine. I'm okay with that. It's a perfect miniseries, and we can call it even. If it isn't, and we get a Season 2, more the merrier. I love Tony and Ziva. I love these characters. Might as well give us a second dose of this, you know? So, or a second scoop of ice cream. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about anymore. So, yeah, let's talk about this, because, I have a lot of notes. I have a lot of fucking notes. This is a lot heavier episode. Because of that, I think the finale... Because we have one more episode after this. Next week is the finale. Next week is the finale, guys. The finale. Can you believe it? We've been doing this for like 6-7 weeks. So here's the plan. So I'm going to review episode 9. Next week, I'll review the finale. Then after that, I'm going to do my first time binge video. That is literally just my overall thoughts on the season as a whole. That'll be my overall thoughts. And we'll see. Maybe this show gets picked up for Season 2. I would love it. If it doesn't, hey, had a good mini-series. So, let's talk about it. There's a lot of shit I want to talk about, so let's go over the list. So, the episode started off with Tony at Isla Gie, and he was trying to find Jonah and Aaron, in which both of them are at Aaron's compound at the island. And while on a phone call, both Tony and Ziva realized that with the 9.4 chip, you know, the MacGuffin of this whole show, being an AI that learns and adapts their experience, they figure out, hey, maybe it has some evidence on Jonah killing Henry. And if it does, maybe we can get whatever evidence is in there and use it, and hopefully that will clear our names. So, and they think that through because, well, Jonah's the sole creator. It obviously has to have some dirt on Jonah. Why not? So that's the first portion. So what they eventually do is that Tony plans on scoping the compound, see what happens, and so while that happens, Ziva, Claudette, and Boris plan to pick up a flight to head to Isla Gie to pretty much follow Tony. Back at the compound. Okay. Back at the compound. Because you remember from the last episode, Jonah is pretty much doing the bring your friends close and your bring your friends close and your enemies closer type thing. Hold on, I need to have a sip here. I know I don't do it into that, but I need to. Okay. So back at the compound. Because remember from the last one, Jonah is doing the bring your friends close, bring your enemies closer thing with him and Aaron Graves. Because Aaron Graves was, of course... Yeah, well, I'll tell you later. Because there's something I need to talk about. So he thinks, hey, might as well try and get on Aaron Graves' good side. And then that'll be my way of, hey, I'm gonna use you. So, yeah. So he eventually tries to use him. So they go to the backyard of the compound. And that's when Jonah spots the gun. The Havoc MGL. So, the Havoc MGL was the type of gun that Aaron Graves used on the Balkans. That's right. He used the Havoc MGL at the Balkans to kill Jonah's family. He used it to kill his whole family. So when Jonah spots that, it sort of traumatizes him a little. Then they eventually go back to the house. Just wanted to bring up that portion. Okay, so then the next portion. Ziva then calls Sophie and Tali. At this point, Ziva then tells... no, not Ziva. Sophie tells Ziva that the realtors from the safe house in Milan, you know, the safe house that they were at for a little bit, well, the realtors kicked Sophie and Tali out. So, because of that, they're now on their own, they're driving somewhere. So Ziva tells them, maybe you should go to Barbados, where Sophie's parents are at. So, that was the next step. But Tali gets very upset at this. She thought that Ziva had told Tali that she was going to be with Tony and Ziva. Tony and... Ziva then tells Tali, saying that that wasn't a plan. No, that wasn't a promise, it was a plan. But Tali reassures her that she said it was a promise. And it was one that she intended to keep. And she was pretty much upset. Tali was pissed at Ziva for going against her word and saying that they were going to be together. Which obviously, that plan didn't fall through. So, next. This ought to fucking surprise you. It fucking surprised me. Now, okay, hold on. So, this gets explained later on. Okay? Gets explained later on. Flashback to November 2021. We are in Barbados. It's Tony and Ziva's wedding. Yep. So, okay. So this gets explained later on. But yeah, when I first saw this, I'm like, no. We're at a wedding. Tony and Ziva's, and I was correct. We're at Tony and Ziva's wedding. Here's the thing. So, So they get ready for the wedding. This gets explained, so I'm gonna... And this flashback... There's a lot I'm gonna talk about this flashback, so... Get ready. So, eventually... Turns out that Tony's dad's flight gets canceled because of what is projected to be a hurricane. So Tony proposes the idea to Ziva, saying that maybe they should get married the next day, so that way his dad can still be at the wedding, which Ziva says yes to. Then, immediately, Tali goes missing. Yep, Tali leaves the wedding venue with no one noticing. And this catches the eye of Claudette, Sophie, and Tony. And Tony tells Claudette and Sophie that saying, hey, I don't want Ziva to know that Tali is missing. I don't want to alarm her. I want her to have a stress-free day from getting ready for the wedding. But room service comes into Ziva's room with a bottle of champagne and says, oh, I'm so sorry, miss. I'm so sorry about the news and your daughter. And she was like, wait, my daughter? What's happening? Room service guy says, oh, don't worry. They'll try and find her. They'll try and find her. So that happens. Back at the present day. Aaron leads Jonah to tunnels. So these underground tunnels are underneath his compound. And we then meet one of Aaron's bodyguards named Ruben. Ruben sort of comes into play, not really. I think he'll come into play more so in the finale, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. So Jonah tells Ruben to pat Aaron down for weapons, etc. So Ruben pats him down before they go into this secret cave that's underground his house. Secret cave. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I can't help but connect the dots. They got Sean Pertwee to play Aaron Grace in this, and he has a secret cave underneath his compound. You know who Sean Pertwee played? He played Alfred Pennyworth in Gotham. This is a Gotham crossover without even telling us. This is a Gotham crossover. That cave underneath his mansion is the Bat Cave. I don't care. I don't care if my theories are bullshit. That's my theory. That is my theory. So, anyways, he has a secret cave underground his house. In the cave, there happens to be a vault, which leads to a server room. But here's the thing. Only Aaron knows the passcode to get inside the server room. And Aaron only. So, you know what happens. Jonah is pretty much trying to have to find a way to get inside the security room for most of the majority of this episode. Eventually, Aaron gets a security breach from someone who tries to enter the house. And what do you know? It is Tony DiNozzo. Tony DiNozzo reaches into the compound. Well, we're really outside of the compound. It's like trying to get outside the interior, but still. Eventually, we get to a scene at the airport. In this scene, Ziva, Claudette, and Boris are trying to go into the airport, trying to get to Isla Safira, to find Tony. But what do you know? They are noticed by some of Jonah's henchmen, which leads to a kick-ass fight sequence between Ziva and the henchmen. I know I said this in my previous episode reviews, but god damn it, Cote de Pablo is so good at her own stunts. She is super talented when it comes to her stunts. And I just... Even in the show, I feel like the Ziva David stunts in every NCIS season, and even NCIS property, the Ziva David stunts get even better and better and better. I don't know if that's just me. But yeah, I legit love it. And the fight sequence with her and Nassima Benchicou, aka Martine, that sequence was just so fun. I don't know. Watching the Ziva David fight sequences in the show are just so fun. Like, Cote de Pablo really knows how to do stunt choreography. Like, Ziva's stunts are so badass. So, eventually, after that badass fight sequence, Ziva, Claudette, and Boris find some information. They soon realize that Aaron's caves were the same caves that the Nazis built that spans the entire island. I don't know if this is true, if the Nazis did build caves in Isla Gie underground, or Isla Safira. Why do I keep saying Isla Safiri? Isla Safira. There we go. I don't know if that's true. The Nazis did build caves underground Isla Safira. And if so, why? Now I'm legit interested. Even then, they don't really explain it that well in the show. Unless they did, and I just missed it. And I didn't put it in the notes. So they then put a picture of an energy grid from the computer onto a picture of one of the rumored tunnels. And what do you know? It matches. And there's a lot of fucking cables. And they soon realize with the amount of cables that Aaron has, whatever the hell that he's feeling, it's huge. Like, fucking huge. So, there's that problem. Tony eventually gets a text from an unknown number saying that they have Ziva and that he is next, which is obviously untrue because Ziva is with Claudette and Boris and is perfectly safe with them. But Tony eventually plans to break into the compound to find Jonah and Aaron. So, whoa. Oh, okay. I'm like, wait, did I delete the wrong thing? No, I did. Okay. So, we then cut to another scene. Martine calls Jonah. Now, if you remember from the last episode, Martine has completely betrayed Jonah. She does not agree with his point of views anymore, and she is, at this point, trying to take him down. So she's trying to take down Jonah and Aaron, while Jonah is also taking down Aaron. So, it's a huge loop-de-loop of who's trying to beat who at this point. So, it's fucking crazy at this point. Anyways, Martine calls Jonah and says that she is totally disappointed that he didn't fill her in about Aaron's English is hard. That she is totally disappointed that Jonah didn't fill her in about Aaron's server room. and even says that she can give him Dejan Lazar's computer. Dejan Lazar was, if you don't remember, pow! By Martine in the ending of the last episode. So, Dejan's dead. So he gives Jonah, and so she tells Jonah, saying, I can give you Dejan Lazar's computer so that way you can get all the combinations that you need. Which Jonah hesitantly agrees on. So we then cut back to Sophie and Tali, which they are currently on the flight to go to Barbados, to go to Sophie's parents. And in this scene, I have to stop and pause because I really love the scenes where Sophie and Tali are just talking or just interacting, bonding. That's the word I'm trying to look for. Bonding. Sophie and Tali are bonding. It's part of why I loved the episode We've Got Company, because that episode was just so fun to see Tali and Sophie obviously getting along. And in that episode, it seemed like Tali and Sophie were very much partners, and they were like little partners in crime. They were like Tony and Ziva, except without all the romance and kissing. Yeah, no, not like Tony and Ziva. Batman and Robin. There we go. That's much better. They're like Batman and Robin. Wow. I was like, they're like Tony and Ziva. No, they're not. Sophie doesn't. Anyways, I don't want to get canceled for kissing Sophie's photo. Okay. Anyways, let's move on. But yeah, they're literally like Batman and Robin, and like their bonding is so fun to watch. It's part of the reason why I It's part of the reason why I liked the episode We've Got Company, because that episode was so different, because you got to see Sophie and Tali bonding, and it was really fun to see. It looked like Sophie and Tali were also like sisters, They got along super well. And that sort of happens in this scene too. Like, there's one moment where Sophie is like watching a movie on her iPad, and Tali's Switch, I think, or knockoff Nintendo Switch, whatever console she has, whatever gaming console she has, dies on her. And so Sophie asks, do you want to watch this movie with me? And it's about, now, mind you, I forgot what she said, but about this firefighter, and there's romance, and there's action, and blah, 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 blah. And Tali just goes, really? So, yeah, so that happens. And then, but yeah, and like the bonding sequences between Sophie and Tali are just so funny. And like, and then Sophie just goes, well, it's PG-13. I don't think your parents would really want you watching it. And then Sophie's like, really? And then they end up watching it together, only for her Wi-Fi to get broken down. So that happens. Then, at the flight, their flight gets cut off at, what do you know? Isla Gie. Sorry for the background noise. And the reason why it gets cut to Isla Gie is because of weather issues. But Sophie checked the weather many moments ago before they flew, and it said that their path was clear. So she comes up with a plan to treat the flight canceling, as though bad guys are close. And the plan is for Sophie to take out the bad guys where they land, when they do land, and if there are bad guys, and for Tali to use a family as camouflage. So then they can go back home and, well, not back home, but like go to Isla Safiri safe. That's pretty much the plan that they have to pretty much get to safety. Then we cut to this moment, which... Martine finds Ziva and talks to her. She then admits to Ziva that Ziva was 100% correct about Jonah. And that maybe Martine never really knew who Jonah was. She even tells Ziva the course of Jonah's plan, and the reasoning for his plan, and tells her that he is planning to execute a power grab that will destabilize global military power. At this point, Martine is at all odds, and she does not know what the fuck to do. And she's left with no other alternative. And that is to trust Ziva. So she asks her for her help. Ziva, however, refuses her help. Martine's stuck. She thought she knew her boyfriend very well, but she obviously doesn't. And she's sad. She's very sad. So, next moment. Tony walks into the compound. And he finds a little security camera. And Aaron Graves turns it on. And Tony talks to Aaron via the video call. And he asks Aaron, saying, "Hey, do you want to ask Jonah how he holds you responsible for the death of his family back at the Balkans? Just, just a little something to think about. I'm wondering what your take is." He just completely spills the beans, spills the juice, And... Jonah shuts it off. It is then revealed at that point, again, this is where Ruben comes back into play, that raining fire had killed Ruben's grandparents in Bogota. Also, when Ruben had patted Jonah down, Jonah had snakefully given him 9.4, without Aaron noticing. So, 9.4 has already infiltrated the island's security system, leaving Jonah in control. And when Aaron does not believe him, kablooey! The compound explodes. Flashback to 2021! Tony and Ziva eventually get into a fight. Ziva walks down the aisle and yells at Tony and tells him, asking him, why was she the last person to know that her daughter was missing? Mind you, Tali has officially... God damn it. I'm meaning to say Tali, and I keep saying Tony. Tali left the venue with no one noticing. And Ziva's like, why wasn't I the last person to know that Tali left? And Tony said, your daughter? What do you mean, your daughter? You were gone for 4 years. And I had to deal with everything. I had to deal with everything when it came to raising Tali. And you were gone. Because you had to focus on witness protection. You had to focus on everything. This fueled Ziva. Because at this point, Ziva realized that during couples therapy with Dr. Lang, a year ago, Tony had lied. When Dr. Lang had asked him, what are the things that hurts him when he's with Ziva? And he said, nothing hurts me. But obviously this did. Eventually, Claudette does find Tali. In fact, Tali was actually still at the venue. She was just getting flower petals and putting in her basket for her to practice being a flower girl more. So, she was still at the venue, just no one saw her. So, there's that. Or, there wasn't enough security cameras that was there. Eventually, Tony and Ziva, at nighttime, they both talk by the venue's pool. Tony admits that proposing to Ziva was not planned at all. Not in the slightest. He just thought that maybe he could fix things. Fix him. Fix Tali. But most importantly, fix Ziva. Ziva tells him that there isn't any way for him to fix her. She said that she wasn't broken. She's doing the best she can with being with them, going to Dr. Lang for therapy, which she admits does take time. And then Tony then asks her, why did she even say yes to marrying them in the first place? Then she replied by saying, because you guys are the only family I have. Ziva then admits that the biggest mistake of her whole entire life was not telling Tony about Tali. And that's when Tony said that sometimes he doesn't even trust her. And Ziva goes, is that what we want? A marriage without trust? And Tony replies with no. Which, with all this in mind, this reveals why they broke off the wedding. We spent 9 episodes trying to unravel everything. Now we figure it out. There's a comment that I thought proved a lot of good notes. And I want to read it because this proved a lot of good notes about Ziva and her trauma and her PTSD. This comment is from Sandy Brooks. So special thanks to Sandy Brooks for this comment. She says, poor Ziva. In discussing her trauma, you didn't add the huge trauma that alone would emotionally destroy many people. 3 months of captivity with a terrorist group in Somalia, and all of whatever came with that, which was implied but only alluded to on the mothership. Tony didn't mention it to Henry in the flashback. Now, keep in mind, this was during last episode when Tony was talking to Henry in the flashback when they had dinner. So I don't know if Henry ever knew of it, that it was Tony who eventually led her rescue, or that it was likely our dear Tony harbored some guilt about the events that ultimately took her there, as that is how he is. Remember Baltimore? She's had a lot of trouble. And when I read that, I was like, holy crap. I forgot all about that. Because, yeah. Because this would have been, if I remember correctly, like season 7. When she got kidnapped. But yeah. She's had to do with a lot of stuff. Airy. The whole Mossad stuff. Terrorist group in Somalia. Ziva says that she isn't broken when we all know that she is. And she's deeply trying to fix herself. It's rough. Okay, that's a big note. Okay, back in present time. Ziva, Claudette, and Boris go to the tunnels to go to Aaron's cave. And eventually, what do you know? Martine goes to the cave where Aaron, Jonah, and Ruben are at. She gives Jonah Lazar's computer. And she just asks him the main question. Why is he becoming the person that he has been wanting so badly to destroy? And Jonah just responds, sometimes to destroy a monster, you have to think like one. And think like one he does, because back in the cave, Jonah threatens Aaron that if he doesn't get the code to go to the server room, Jonah will hack into the Hayden 3 car. By the way, the Hayden 3 car was the kind of car that was in episode 3 with the self-driving murder cars, if you remember that. He will hack into the Hayden 3 car that Aaron's son and grandson are in. And when he hacks into them with 9.4, he will kill them. Martine eventually tries to stop him. Martine tries to stop Jonah. And how does she stop him? By shooting Aaron Graves. Aaron Graves is dead. She kills Aaron. Well, now you've dealt with him, so boom, mission succeeded. But there's still that military power. Fuck. Fuck. So, because of that, Jonah can't get a code from a dead man. Eventually, back in the tunnels, Claudette, Boris, and Ziva eventually find Tony. So there's that. They do find Tony underground all the rubble that was at the house. Question. Are you ready for a plot twist? You are? Well, why didn't you say so? Here's a plot twist. Dejan Lazar is fucking alive! So, remember the cliffhanger of episode 8 where Martine told Dejan Lazar saying, I can't trust anyone. Pow! Yeah, well, he's alive. he's still alive. In fact, he is at the hospital. I'm trying to think this all out, because then what did she shoot? Did she shoot one of the computers that was in the computer room? So, I'm trying to figure it all out, because that's so weird to me. So she goes to Dejan Lazar, who is at this point at the hospital. And he tells Martine, saying that while at the expo, he realized that there's a flaw in 9.4, in that he could be able to screw with Jonah's plan and possibly manipulate the chip. Then we can't have a Tony and Ziva episode without a good old cliffhanger, can we? So, eventually, back at the airport where Sophie and Tali are at, they just got off the flight to Isla Safari, whatever. My brain's so tired. I recorded like 5 videos today, so I'm sorry. Sophie and Tali are doing their plan that they were told that Sophie said that they would do, which is if there are bad guys at the airport, Sophie would beat them up, and Tali would use her family as camouflage. What do you know? There are bad guys. In fact, Jonah's men are there. And they do what they try to do, but eventually... Yep. The henchmen find Sophie and Tali eventually gets kidnapped. To be continued until the series finale. So that was NCIS Season 1. NCIS Season 1. Fuck. Tony and Ziva Season 1, Episode 9. Named Ride or Die. I liked this episode. I'm legit curious where they're gonna go with the finale. Because this was a whole lot of shit. There's a lot of shit that I had to bring up in this episode. This was like... Bam! Bam, 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 bam. Man. I'm gonna do a compilation of this with all my week-to-week episodes of Tony and Ziva. And I know it's gonna be long. I know it's gonna be long as fuck. So. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious how the finale is gonna be. I can't wait for it on Thursday. I'm wondering how they're gonna end the season, because man, this was huge. So before we head out, let's get into the Ziva-ism of the review, and I already know which one I want to do. I thought I pulled it up. Hold on. I know which one I want to do. I just thought, there we go. This Ziva-ism of the review is this. Ziva talks to McGee. She says, my citizenship test is coming up, and I wish to pass with swimming colors. McGee says, don't you mean flying colors? Ziva goes, any colors would do, McGee. So, yeah. I hope you liked this episode review, and especially for Tony and Ziva, l'amour est puissant. And until the season finale. See ya. I am so disappointed. This is not a true Tony and Ziva show. It's just a Tony show. Because we did not one single one, we did not get a single Ziva-ism. I'm so disappointed. This is the worst NCIS spinoff ever. I'm just kidding. But yeah, seriously though, we did not get a Ziva-ism in this whole show. Not one. I guess Ziva is just so used to America now that she's
her Ziva-ism lingo is poof gone. But come on, those were the best parts too. Whenever Ziva was on the show, she would have her Ziva-isms. She would mess up American idioms, and it's so funny. That's why we have the Ziva-ism of the review. Oh my gosh. So, that's why we have the Ziva-ism of the review at the ending of these episode reviews. So, oh well. So this is the Season 1 finale of week-to-week episodes. How do you feel about this format? I kind of dig it. I just want to know. I have a few ideas for shows I want to do for my second season of week-to-week episodes. A few ideas down. I'm not entirely sure which one I want to do yet, but hey, we'll get to them when we get to them. It's whatever. So I saw the Tony and Ziva Season 1 finale. Now. Oh boy. Okay. A lot to discuss here. I'm gonna just start right away. I have like 3 pages of notes, so if I go like fast, that's why. So yeah, man, the compilation for this is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be like 6 or 7 hours long. If I can try to get a compilation up, I'm trying to do a compilation where you could watch all 8 of these videos in one video. Hopefully that works. If it did work, and if you are watching the compilation, yay. If it didn't work, oh, well, I tried doing that, so. I don't know, it's sort of a 50-50 chance that I can try and do it. But we'll see. But yeah. So, Tony and Ziva Season 1 finale. So, the episode starts off with Tony, Ziva, Claudette, Sophie, and Boris. All of them are trying to figure out everything. If you remember from the ending of the last episode, Sophie and Tali, they were trying to get out of the airport to, get out of there safely and successfully. Well, Sophie got out of there safely. Tali, however, got kidnapped by Jonah's men. So, they're all trying to discuss. And instantly, Ziva gets a FaceTime call with Jonah. And Jonah tells her, saying that he wants both Tony and Ziva to meet him at Graves' compound in the cave that leads to the server room without no one. Without Claudette, without Boris, without Sophie. More Sophie? Yeah, okay. I'm like, wait, I feel like there's more. No, that's it. There's so many characters, I'm trying to remember. So, he just wants Tony and Ziva arrive at the compound. And if there are anybody else on the team that does arrive, well, pow to Tali. So, she tells them that. Then Martine arrives on the island. And she arrives to tell Tony and Ziva that, that she bugged his phone after Graves was killed. And she wants to help Tony and Ziva rescue Tali. She reveals to Tony and Ziva everything that we've known about from, from a few episodes ago. That she's opened her eyes and whatnot. She also says that more than likely Tali is at the lighthouse that is next to Grace's compound. Sorry, I'm looking at the notes on this side of the screen while I'm doing my discussion. So she tells Tony and Ziva that more than likely Jonah put Tali in the lighthouse that's next to Grace's compound. And that she will help all of them find Tali. This gets everyone from the team confusion. Because Tony, Ziva, Claudette, Boris, and Sophie, all of them, they all think that Martine was really Jonah's ride or die. They're like, why the fuck are you wanting to help us find Tali? Then she told them what we'd known about. After Ziva cornered Martine in the public grocery store, or not grocery store, but grocery market outside, Martine has really opened her eyes on her loyalty to Jonah, which is, there is no fucking loyalty! So, and she doesn't want to work with the kind of monster that Jonah is, because Jonah is technically being the kind of monster that he wanted to destroy. So, there's that. So, and Ziva is willing to let Martine help them. She's willing to let Martine help the gang and save Tali. And she lets Sophie and Martine go to the lighthouse to get Tali. But she did say if Sophie thinks that Martine is playing her in anything, in any way, Sophie can and will take her out. Which Martine just said understandable. So, and Sophie, so while all this is going on, Sophie has even made a plan to assure that Tali can be safe. Martine would find a way to call or bug Jonah's phone to sort of distract him. So that way Sophie can save Tali. While doing that, on Jonah's phone, there'll be sort of bloop, bloop, bloop sound. Whenever they hear that bloop, 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 that means that Tali is safe and that Sophie and Martine have successfully grabbed Tali without any harm or danger. So, there's that. So, Tony and Ziva go through the compound, through the backyard, which is filled with these weird telescope pole-like thingies. And they meet Jonah there. These telescope pole-like thingies, and these things do come back later on. But these sort of telescope pole thingamaffucking-jiggers are pretty much what Jonah says, something that Aaron Graves would look at every day. If you remember, by the way, Aaron Graves was shot and killed by Martine in the previous episode. Just wanted to give you a heads up. So, and Jonah just says that these telescope whatever-whats were something that Aaron Graves would just look at, enjoy the beauty of this so-called art. By the way, this art comes up later. And what Tony and Ziva notice, again, this comes up later, is that there are no security cameras in the backyard, in the garden. And there's this weird chair that Aaron Graves would sit in when he was looking at this art. And that chair was called the meditation throne. Again, the meditation throne comes back later on. This part is important. So Ruben, by the way, I'm sorry, Ruben is the most pointless character in this whole show. He does absolutely fucking nothing. I feel like I really this is like the only time I will mention Ruben. Because he does not do jack shit in the show. It's funny they introduced him, but they don't do anything with him. I feel like he was very underused in this show. I think they could have done more with him. Maybe explain more about his grandparents in Bogota, like they explained last episode, but no, they don't do shit with him, so, oh well. Ruben looks through Dayon Lazar's laptop that Martine had given Jonah in the previous episode. Because remember, Martine told Jonah that they on the Tsar had put so many codes and combinations and what have you into the computer that could or couldn't be the combination to get into the vault that leads to the server room in the compound. And they're still not finding it. Back at the compound, Jonah then gives a few iPads to Tony and Ziva that has video footage of the stuff that Jonah is framing Tony and Ziva for, such as malware attacks, robberies, murder, like literally everything that and anything that happened throughout the entirety of this season. He is just pure, straight framing Tony and Ziva for everything. Even though we know that Jonah did all this shit. So, there's that. And he said that, he threatens that, pretty much saying, I have no choice but to send you to the local authorities. Because you are still fugitives, you are wanted from Interpol, and you must be stopped. Even though I did all these crimes. So, there's that. So Claudette and Boris, so after that, Claudette and Boris find a secret room, like in, I guess is somewhere next to Graves's compound, I don't know. But it's some sort of secret room in the island that Dayon Lazar, would work at, to do his techno stuff and all his hacking, you know. So Dayon Lazar then Boris then FaceTimes Dayon. And Dayon tells both Boris and Claudette about the flaw that he had found in 9.4. So remember, he said that there's a flaw that they could manipulate. The flaw is, while 9.4 deploys perfectly, it learns as it, and although it learns as it goes, like, yes, it does do that. 9.4 deploys perfectly, it learns as it goes. I'm sorry about the background noise, but because that invasion requires so much computing power, its defenses against being invaded are at best rudimentary. That's the flaws. That's the flaw. So they think if they can try to get it into... So what they want to do is that they want to access it into Aaron Graves' server room. And hopefully they can end all this. Tony and Ziva... So, okay, back at the compound. Tony and Ziva find out that... Because at this point, Jonah has both Tony and Ziva in the chairs. Not chairs, but like they're stuck at the compound until Jonah can get authorities. And while at this point, they're still trying to figure out the combination. And Ziva finds out that there are two different ways of getting out. One through the backyard, through the garden with all the telescope thingamajiggers, or the one that leads to the tunnels. But they need to figure out a way out first, such as how the hell do they get the fuck out without Jonah or Ruben noticing? Like, I mean, that's the second time I mentioned him, but still. So, hold on. And then, oh yeah. So as Ziva is going through the footage that Jonah is framing her for, and as she's watching the security camera from the lighthouse, because Jonah still has the security camera from the lighthouse, where Tali's in, where she's kidnapped and captured at. As Ziva is watching that security camera, and as she's watching on the iPad all the footage that Jonah is framing her for, she gets pissed and just wants to grab a gun. She feels as though she wants to just grab a gun and start shooting everybody. Tony assures her, though, that after all this is done, after they clear the names, after everything is done, they will still be with Tali again, and they will be what they wanted to be. A perfect... not perfect, because they still have issues, but a family that was sick with each other, not having to worry about going on the run. And Ziva just tells Tony, saying that, and again, that is a plan, and we all know plans do change. And Tony's just like, yeah, I know. So, so Martine and Sophie go to the lighthouse, where at the lighthouse there is only one security guard in front of the door. Which I'm like, Jonah, really? You know they're gonna try and, like, okay, I know there's guards inside the lighthouse too, but like, come on, Jonah. One guard. If I was Jonah, I would hire like 5 guards to be in front of the door. That's a fucking joke, but whatever. Okay. So there's one security guard, and Sophie makes a plan, and that is for Martine to deal with the guard and make sure that Martine can loop the security camera that of the security camera in the room where Tali's at. So that way, Jonah thinks that Tali is still there. And then Sophie can save Tali. That's the plan that all of them have. So as they do the plan, Martine goes up to the lighthouse and tells the guard that Jonah had scheduled her to fix the cameras as they were being sabotaged. So, she's like, Jonah told me that your cameras were being sabotaged. And the guard's like, what? And Martine's like, you really didn't think your cameras were being sabotaged? Let me fix them. So the guard was like, okay, whatever. So the guard just walks in, lets her go into the lighthouse. And while there, Martine just looks at the camera feed and she's like, okay. Boom! And she just beats the guard. She's like, okay. Boom! Just elbows him. And then, I will say this. I love that Martine is now, I guess now, would you classify her as a hero now? Would you? Because I know she's technically a villain for the first portion of the season, but now I feel like she's on the level as being a good person now. On the level as being a hero now, instead of a villain. But I'll just say she's a hero now. Now that she's a hero, I really am loving Martine. I love Martine. And there's even a one point, line delivery I'm going to talk about soon that I just thought was funny. And I'm gonna bring that up real quick. I guess I'm bringing that up right now. Okay, wow. So she beats the guards, unconscious. And then she loops the cameras, and then Sophie saves Tali. And then as they leave the Lighthouse, one of the guards comes running in, and Martine just grabs a gun and shoots him. And Sophie is trying not to let Tali see that. And Martine's like, "Hello, Tali." And then Tali's like, "Is that guy dead?" And Sophie just goes, "No, that was, And then she just looks at Martine, and as she finishes the sentence, "Sleeping dart." Mm-hmm. Sleeping dart? And Martine's like, "Right, yep, sleeping dart." And then Tali goes, because Sophie is covering Tali's eyes, Tali goes, "Well, why is it I can't see?" And Martine is so blunt, I absolutely fucking love it. She just goes, "Because there's blood everywhere." And Sophie's just like, Sophie gets so angry, like, "You did not fucking say that." I'm trying not to love her. And especially, I love Nassima Benchicou's, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I love her, line delivery. Like, she's just being so fucking blunt and honest. Like, because there's blood everywhere. It's just like, but it's the truth. Like, I love Nassima's line delivery there. I had to literally re-watch that clip. I'm like, wow. Martine is blunt, and I fucking love it. I hope if they do a season 2, it's not been confirmed, I hope if they do a season 2, Martine comes back, because I am loving her. I loved her in this finale. She was so funny in this finale. So Jonah and Ruben. Third time I keep mentioning Ruben. I guess I am mentioning Ruben a lot more, but still, not as much as you will see. They try figuring out the passcode. And their best guess is 241993. I can't remember if that was because that was the day Aaron Graves was diagnosed with dyslexia, or if it was because that was the day of the attack on the Balkans. But it was either one of them. I can't remember. So that's what he thinks it is. So he tells one of the people, saying, "Hey, try this code." And it's like one of the people that works for him. One of the people that works for Aaron. Sorry. And he's like, "I don't know." And Jonah's like, "Try it. I have a gun." And the guy's like, "Okay, I guess I'll try it." 241993. Turn. The guy gets electrocuted. So there's that. And then at that point, Martine calls Jonah. But all Jonah gets is bloop, 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 bloop. You know, that sound, that signal that means Tali's safe. So now Tony and Ziva know that she's safe. And they beat up some of the guards as Jonah walks away. So Tony and Ziva beats up some of the guards. And especially how Ziva did it, too. Ziva just went up to the guards. Mind you, the guard did not say anything. The guard just kept quiet. And Ziva just goes, "What do you say to me?" Slap! I'm like, that is such a Ziva move. I kind of love it. So she just goes, "What do you say to me?" Slap! So they go through the tunnels, and they beat up the guards. And at that point, Jonah comes back into the cave and realizes that the security camera has been looped, and that Tali's gone. And he calls one of his guards, and the guard says, "Some lady was here. She was French, and she said that she worked for you." Jonas instantly suspects Martine, because that's really the only person that would be the best to suspect. So what does he do? As Tony and Ziva escape, Jonah gets the CCTV scanners back up and running as they were offline before, and as he adds Tony and Ziva as threats, he also adds Martine as a threat. So now the CCTV drones he very much orders the CCTV drones to very much act as though Martine is a fugitive. So, that's his way of getting revenge. So, after that, Sophie, Martine, and Tali go to where Boris and Claudette are. So they go to like that little secret room that they were at when Boris was trying to, was next to the computers figuring stuff out with 9.4. But what do you know? Drones have followed Martine, Sophie, and Tali. And Boris and Tali find a way out, but they do capture Claudette, Sophie, and Martine. I almost said Tali for a second. So Boris and Tali go to the tunnels, and Tali, because if you remember from the episode We've Got Company, Tali's main instinct, because of that little Ohana speech that Tony had given her from like 2020, her instinct is to never leave anyone behind. So Tali wants to go back to the compound and rescue everybody, even though Boris just wants to stick to Tony and Ziva's wishes and save her, and make sure Tali is safe. But either way, Tali just goes, well, I'm going to the compound, and if you're coming, by all means, come with me. If you want to try and stop me, whatever. And she's like, I'm going no matter what. So Boris is like, God damn it, your mother's gonna kill me. With her Mossad assassin training, she's gonna brutally murder me. So, after that, Tony and Ziva leave the compound. Ziva comes up with a plan. And that is to kill Jonah. At this point, in her mind, killing Jonah is the only way that they can get out of the situation. Once they kill Jonah, then they can sort of clear their names, and they can just not have to deal with any of this bullshit. But Tony does not think that's the best solution. He thinks if they kill Tali, not Tali, that would be interesting, they kill their own daughter. Tony thinks if they kill Jonah, it's just going to make matters worse. And he was like, well, what do you want? You want us to be on the run with our daughter? Do you want us to be fugitives all our life? I don't think so. Ziva has a huge insight, and especially with her past, too. Ziva's, and I hate that I keep mentioning this every episode of this season, but it really does come into play, because Ziva has always had that kill or be killed position in her head, because she's been hunted, and she does not like being hunted. And especially with the whole Sahar thing, she just, yeah. So, like, for her, she just wants to be safe. She wants to be home. She hates the fact that she's being hunted again. And for her, killing Jonah, she thinks that'll solve everything. And then, as they bicker, they go back to the garden in the backyard, where the telescope thingamajiggers are. And they realize that the telescope things are actually a code. There's some sort of number code thing going on. The telescope poles, or whatever the hell they're called. And they realize a pattern. 4, 3, 6, 5, 2, 4. And that throne, the meditation throne, where Graves would sit, he would sit in that throne, look at the code, and because there's no security cameras, he would just look. He didn't even need to write the code down. He would just look at the telescope pole things with their symbols and whatnot. And that's how Aaron Graves would know the code. So think of an idea to go to the compound and tell Jonah about the code. And they come up with an idea to fool him and say that they're going to give the code, but they will not confess to any of the crimes unless Tali and Sophie are safe in a different country with new identities. And we all know that all of this is a bunch of motherfucking lies. So, yeah. We all know this is lies. They're just, yeah. So, Martine, and what do you know? All the guards go to the compound, and they bring Martine, Sophie, and Claudette up. And Tony and Ziva try the code to see if it opens. And what do you know? It opens. Jonah then tells Tony, Ziva, Sophie, Claudette, and Martine about most of his plan, saying that he wanted to destroy Raining Fire, which is kind of already done, and he wanted to collect every arsenal with every other weapons maker, so that way he can destabilize global military power. Martine tells him he's literally trying to be another version of Graves, the man he wanted so badly to be dead. And she tells him, if you're going to keep this up, you're going to make people want to kill you, and they'll be the next you. And it'll happen over and over and over again. Doing that is just going to make things worse. What do you know? Jonah does not give a shit. So, Boris and Tali are then spotted by the security cameras, and Jonah tells his men to have them be brought up to the compound. Jonah then the guards are pretty much rushing over to try and capture Tali and Boris. Then, the biggest fucking twist, the fucking part of this happens when Jonah puts 9.4 inside the server. And we find out how Martine and Dayan both used 9.4's flaw and advantage. They hacked into the CCTV scanners, and they instantly fixed it. They marked Tony and Ziva no longer as fugitives. They marked Martine no longer a fugitive, as they kind of thought Martine, as they kind of already knew Martine would be one after that call, after Martine saved Tali. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry, there's a call I had to do. That's why you see a jump cut. So, after Martine saved Tali. So, Martine and Dayan tricked the system. And they made Jonah a fugitive. Boom shakalaka aka ah! I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So now, the drones are coming toward Jonah. And the drones were tasked with one mission. And that is to bring Jonah to the authorities alive. And if he resists in any kind of way, kill him. Kill his ass. So, because of that, Jonah quickly dashes out of the place, and he goes into one of Aaron Graves' yellow Jeeps to try and get the fuck away. And because of that, and what do you know? Tali is hiding inside a trunk of a yellow Jeep. And what do you know? It's the same fucking yellow Jeep that Jonah's in! So, yeah, so there's that. So she hides inside the same yellow Jeep that Jonah's in. So that means Tony and Ziva have to go into another yellow Jeep that's also at the compound. I don't know how many fucking yellow Jeeps Aaron Graves had, but I don't care. It's kind of a fantasy land. They can do any shit they want to in the show. I don't know what I just said. Because there are some reality in this. But anyways, So Tony and Ziva tell Boris, who was hiding, to get 9.4 out of the server input. Because drones are still technically following Jonah. So they're following the yellow Jeep that Jonah's in, which Tali's in the trunk of the car. And Tali just says, get 9.4 out of the server so that we can disable the drones. So that otherwise Tali is collateral damage. So Boris goes upstairs, tries to get 9.4 out of the server. But of course, we get a kick-ass fight sequence. Hold on a fucking second. Hey man, I can't believe I have to do another jump cut. Fucking Anyways, so, yes, hold on. Why am I not? I can't believe. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay, my notes acted up on me. Now I have to fix it. Here we go. Okay, so we got a kick-ass fight sequence with Claudette, Boris, and Sophie, and the guards. So after that, because, fuck, my brain is fried. My brain is fat. Okay, my camera acted up. My brain is fried. So Tali is in the trunk of Jonah's car. So Ziva and Tony, because Ziva is driving another yellow Jeep. I don't know how many cars, how many yellow Jeeps that Aaron Graves has, but who cares? NCIS universe can do whatever the fuck we want. So Ziva's driving another yellow Jeep that Aaron Graves has. Tony is standing on top of one, on the one that Ziva's driving, and Tali's in the trunk of the one that Jonah's in. So mind you, Ziva is right behind Jonah. So Tony grabs Tali. Tony and Tali fucks me up. Tony and Tali, both of them. So Tony grabs Tali and gets them to safety. Jonah and Ziva drive out of the tunnels, and Jonah just stops. Then Tali kicks Jonah in the face repeatedly, over and over, and just goes, stop messing with my family. And Tony just grabs Tali and she's like, okay. I think he gets it. So yeah. And then after that, after the guards are taken care of, Boris, Claudette, and Sophie, all of them think that destroying 9.4 is the best way out of this. Destroying 9.4 is the resolution to end all of this, to end everything. So Boris does what he does. Gets the 9.4 chip, puts it on the floor, and crushes it with his foot. And then Martine finally
arrests Jonah. Back at Paris. Now we get a whole onslaught of happy endings. Back at Paris, Archie is now assigned as Tali's new therapist. Archie, by the way, is Dr. Lang's boyfriend. If you don't remember Dr. Lang, he is brain no worky, Ziva's therapist. So Ziva's therapist boyfriend is now Tali's new therapist. Because remember, Archie is a child psychologist. So, and Tali talks to Archie about everything that's been going on. And Archie goes to Ziva. And he goes, Tali is very resilient. Especially after everything we've had to endure in the past 2 months. And he goes, I wonder I wonder where she gets that from. And Tali's like, I wonder. Ziva goes, I wonder. And even though Ziva knows deep down, she gets that from her parents. Back at Lyon, because if you remember, Martine is an Interpol agent. At first we thought Martine was a corrupt Interpol officer, but it turned out that she was actually just undercover, as working with Jonah. She has now officially cleared Dayon Lazar of all of his past crimes with Aaron Graves. And she even lets Dayon Lazar reunite with his son. His son, who he thought had resented him and hated him for all this time. After that, Martine gets a call from Redon Chaudon, a security guard at the Lyon police, or Lyon jail, or the jail that's in Lyon, France. Sorry. And we get news that Jonah is dead. And it turns out that Jonah supposedly had hung himself. Because there's a cell and there's a bed sheet that looks like a nylon rope. And it looks as though he hung himself. And she goes, Martine says, you do realize Jonah was a high-risk person. Why was there no cameras? Did you check the cameras? And Redon says, the cameras went off for a little bit. And then she goes, why did you give him bed sheets? And Redon, before he even mentioned bed sheets, he goes, how did you know that he had bed sheets? And then Martine goes, goodbye, Redon. Indicating that Martine killed Jonah and made it and covered it up as a suicide. So there's that. Now back at home. Back in good old Paris, France. Back at home. Tony and Ziva, their names are officially cleared, and now they can go back to their jobs without being fugitives. And Sophie and Claudette are now moving in together. Boris even goes to... But here's the thing. Here's a little sad ending for Boris. Boris goes to Tony's job. He tells Tony that Frugy left him. And that she has even taken all of his money. And the worst part of all is that her name isn't even Frugy. She's not even Hungarian. He doesn't even know who the hell she is. Which then leads to the next thing. Technically, Boris isn't even married to her.
Tony wants to make all this up. So he tells Boris that he has a job offer at the security company where Tony works. And Boris agreeably accepts it. Then we cut to the next scene. Tony, Ziva, and Tali are all at home. And they talk to her. And they tell her saying that they want to start dating again. But they want to run it by Tali to see if she's okay with that. And Tali goes... And Tali just says that she's fine with it. As long as Tony and Ziva don't rush things and go to another marriage and not rush things and get proposed and break out of that wedding like they did. She doesn't want her parents to rush things. They want to meet. She knows that they want to make each other happy, and she knows that they want to make Tali happy. But she's like, as long as I have my family, as long as I have my mom and my dad, I'm fine. I don't care if you start dating. By all means, start dating again. As long as I have you two, then I'm happy. Which is good news for them. After that, Ziva then gives Tony a gift. She gives him a picture that had Henry and Tali when Tali was younger. Ziva knows that Henry was like a brother to Tony. And he liked him as a friend and he cared for him. And Ziva wishes that she had the ability to trust Henry. Well, not trust, but like she wishes she had the ability to actually become friends with him. And she's angry at herself for not doing so. But she knows that she has to focus on the next thing. And that's to move on. So she gives him the photo. And she even says you can even put it in the house, in the living room, to remember him by. So he does that. And then the series then ends with a montage of clips. Right when they first started meeting each other, back in season 3 of NCIS, to this series. Tony and Ziva has been through it all. Thick and thin. Spick and span. They've been through a lot together. And they just love each other to death. No matter the good times, no matter the bad times. They just want to be together and make each other happy. Especially for Tali. And that's all they want to do. Tony and Ziva, Season 1, Episode 10, Full Circle. Forgot to say that, what episode this was called. The episode is called Full Circle. Yeah. So I don't want to say too much because I am going to do my first time binge video for overall on this season. But I do think if this show does get to Season 2, I'm still going to be happy. But even if it doesn't, hey. Tony and Ziva had a kick-ass, strong, good miniseries. And that's all I can ask for. So now, let us do our final Ziva-ism in the review. Shall we? During the funeral of Jenny Shepard's friend, Ziva asks Tony, "Is that why you're here? So you can Google the girls?" "Ogle," Tony responds. "And no, we're here for Director Shepard. We're trying to keep her sanity here." or sanity check here. For my last toast until I do the first time binge video. Especially for Tony and Ziva. L'amour est puissant. See ya. L'amour est puissant. Tony and Ziva, the complete first season. So, season 1 of... I'm going to open the windows a bit. Hold on. Season 1 of Tony and Ziva has officially wrapped up. And... Okay, sorry. Alright, there we go. Season 1 of Tony and Ziva has officially wrapped up. Me and my ADHD, I don't know, not ADHD, but me and my, I don't know how to get this hat on right. Can you see it? The letters at least? I don't know. I need to stop. Tony and Ziva, season 1 has officially wrapped up. And I have, I guess, some opinions to say. I don't know how long this video is going to be, but we'll see. Tony and Ziva season 1 has wrapped up. So I kind of wanted to talk about some of my overall opinions of the show, go over what I thought of it, and yeah. So this is just a quick review, potentially long, I don't know, to just go over what I thought of this show as a whole. Now, I'm not gonna really talk much spoilers in this, as I think I kind of have done that for the past 8 videos. So, if you want to hear what happens in depth of the show, check out my other videos. And yeah, this is just a quick, small, well, maybe long, I don't know. I don't know how long this is going to be. This is just a quick, overall thoughts video. Just giving in my overall thoughts of this season. Now, I do want to make clear, I believe I've mentioned this too in a previous video, that a little bit of me does think that the NCIS brand is falling, and I feel like it's probably because of Paramount. And here's why. So I'm gonna get into Tony and Ziva soon. I just want to get this tangent, get this out of my system, because I do think this is well worth pointing out, as I don't think many people are. So this is a review / tangent on, I guess, sort of the future of Tony and, not just Tony and Ziva, but NCIS as a brand, not brand, but like as a show franchise going on. So NCIS, of course, is a huge show. It's currently on season 23. I think it's like the second longest running crime procedural against SVU, which is at season 27. I could be wrong. I can be entirely wrong in that fact. But it has been going on for quite a long time. And with that, it has produced a whole bunch of spin-offs. Mainly Psych District spin-offs. Such as NCIS Los Angeles or NCIS New Orleans. And a lot of people really do love those shows. And I have always been sort of stuck in the middle, because me personally, I don't get into the Psych District spin-offs. I don't. I just don't. I personally just don't get into them. I think I got into, like, maybe a few episodes of New Orleans, and I just couldn't. Think I got into, like, a few episodes of NCIS Hawaii, and I just couldn't. And I'm going to talk about NCIS Hawaii, because there's a huge factor with that show that kind of takes over the, I guess, majority of this video. Well, not majority, but, like, a little section of it. But I do, even though I don't personally get into the Psych District spinoffs, I do appreciate them. And here's why. With the Psych District spinoffs, yes, it still has the NCIS brand. Like, the NCIS labels slapped across the title. Yes, it is an NCIS spinoff. Yes, it crossovers with the mothership. But it also is they're also trying to have their own distinct individual personalities. They're trying to be different. They're trying to be original while also having NCIS lapped on the title. And I appreciate that for the Psych District spinoffs. It may not be something I'm into, but I can appreciate what the Psych District spinoffs are trying to do. Even though, like, it has new characters. It has new backstories. Like, you know what I mean? They're trying to be original. They're trying to be fresh. Even though it's still technically an NCIS spinoff. Hopefully that makes sense. It's sort of the same with SVU with its major different spinoffs we've gotten. You know, SVU was supposed to be, SVU's vastly different compared to the original Law & Order. So, like, they're, like, the Psych District spinoffs for NCIS are different. And I think that's kind of why I just never got into them. And recently, they just started doing, for NCIS, character spinoffs. Which, okay. And here's my little gripe with this, because, so NCIS Hawaii, again, a show I don't get into, but I appreciate for what it's trying to do, was canceled after 3 seasons. Even though I don't get into Hawaii, as an NCIS fan, I was kind of surprised. I was actually kind of surprised it instantly turned into good reviews. Because I remember, too, when NCIS Hawaii first started out, it got piss poor reviews. Like, the reviews for Hawaii when Season 1 aired were, like, toxic. Everyone hated the first season of NCIS Hawaii. There were people who said that it should have just been called Hawaii and have NCIS removed from the title. So, instantly, when NCIS Hawaii got Season 2, and everyone loved the hell out of that season, I was legit blindsided, and I felt like I was in a fucking tornado. I was like, wait a minute, didn't you just hate the first season of this, like, yesterday? But Hawaii must have got fans quick around in Season 2, because by Season 2, everyone was like, okay, now this is the best NCIS spinoff. This is the best one. This is the best one. I'm like, okay, I thought you guys were hating this before, but okay. So, obviously, you got Season 2, and then obviously you got Season 3. And then the show got canceled after 3 seasons. And the reasoning was concerning. And the reasoning why CBS and Paramount had canceled NCIS Hawaii after 3 seasons, which, by the way, is the shortest NCIS show. It's the shortest running NCIS show. So that's kind of causing for alarm. The reason why they canceled it, even though it was doing very good reviews, was because CBS wanted more time to air NCIS Origins. Which... NCIS Origins is a show about Gibbs's backstory and Gibbs's past. Something that was heavily focused on the mothership. So they literally canceled NCIS Hawaii, a show that was trying to be fresh and new and innovative and original, just to do a spinoff of a character about his past and his backstory. Something that was heavily focused on the duration of when Gibbs was on the show. So you literally canceled something fresh and innovative to do something to get member berries. Get the nostalgia factor out of. And I was kind of pissed too. Luckily, NCIS Origins caught me by surprise, and it's actually good. But you could have just made it like a Paramount Plus streaming show. Like, come on. You didn't need to cancel Hawaii just to have more airtime to air Origins. That's probably just me, but it's probably just me thinking stuff out of my own ass. So, and then later, they had announced that they were going to do Tony and Ziva. Which, in my head, I'm like, at first, I'm like, ooh, a Tony and Ziva show. That would be very fun. And this actually, to me, this was a spinoff that was well-deserving. Because after both Michael Weatherly and Cote de Pablo left NCIS after their separate seasons, because both of them left the show at different times, Tony and Ziva's storyline and like their relationship didn't reach the point that the filmmakers wanted it to, and I think they knew that as well, and I think fans were kind of getting a little disappointed when that happened. And then when they revealed that Ziva faked her death, it got even more worse, because it's like, oh, so at some point we're gonna have Tony and Ziva have to reunite. So Ziva literally, so I think they added a line when Ziva in season 17 when Ziva came back, when Gibbs was taking Ziva to the airport, saying that Ziva was gonna reunite with Tony and Tali. And after a while, people have been kind of wanting to know where Tony and Ziva was. People wanted to know where Tony and Ziva were. People actually asked for this. People wanted to know where Tony and Ziva were at this moment. People asked for this. They did not ask, however, for a Gibbs show about his backstory and past, when we already know so much about it. They actually asked for this show. That's why I thought this one worked. Why am I worried for the duration of the Gibbs, not Gibbs, why am I worried for the duration of the future for NCIS? Because, as of right now, there's only one Site District spinoff that is still on air. And before, we had like a shit ton of Site District spinoffs that was on the air. Right now, we only have one. And that is NCIS Sydney. And that show has so bad marketing. That show's marketing is so fucking horrendous. I literally had to post a short. Literally. And you can find it on there, where I had to pause Tony and Ziva when I was writing my notes for my finale review, where they labeled NCIS Sydney as NCIS Origins, when you could clearly tell that the people that was on the NCIS Sydney as advertising was clearly not Gibbs, Lala, Randolph, or Mike Franks. They were the characters from NCIS Sydney. And I kind of And every time NCIS Sydney gets renewed for more seasons, I forget about that show. I was like, oh yeah, that show's still a thing, isn't it? And that show's starting season 3. And I keep forgetting it's still a thing. God damn Paramount. Anyways. So, yeah. But with Tony and Ziva, it was a show that people had wanted and people had asked for. And it was something that people knew. Like, you know what I mean? It was a show that people wanted. It was so many people wanted this. Like, not just in the Tiva fandom. Tiva, by the way, is Tony and Ziva together. Tiva. Not just in the Tiva fandom, but as well as in the NCIS fandom. So many goddamn people wanted this show. And I was one of them. I was like, yes. I want to know where Tony and Ziva are at this point. That's why I sort of give this show a pass, because it's like, this show kind of needs to happen, because it's like, how did Tony and Tali feel after Ziva reunited with them? Like, this is legit something I think should happen for people who are interested in these characters. So, yeah. But my worry is, because we've gotten NCIS Origins, and because we've gotten Tony and Ziva, that we're probably just gonna get character spin-offs. That's my worry. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we get more side district spin-offs, but how the way Paramount is handling this franchise, with there only being one side district spin-off left, and I don't think they have any interest to do any other shows. This could be wrong. Maybe there are other shows that are in development, and I just don't know. I just don't think we're getting any other site district spin-offs from this show. And I think the fact that they're trying to rely on nostalgia and member berries, it's kind of showing. And I think after Gibbs left, they've been just struggling. And I think for them, nostalgia is the best way to handle this. And when you looked at stuff from Disney and Warner Brothers, clearly it's not. So, I don't know. There. I've said my tangent. We're 17 minutes in. I should probably talk about my opinions with the show itself. After all, this is a review on the show. So, I don't plan on going into spoilers. This is just an overall season review, just to go over what I think about this show. I'm gonna have it set. Hold on. So, I think I have some sort of cold or something. I don't know. I think I'm starting to get a cold. But anyways, so for any of you guys who are wondering what this show is about, obviously it's Ziva reuniting with Tony and Tali, who she has not seen Tony in about 12 years, and she's not seen Tali in about 6 years. So she's reuniting with them after she faked her death 5 years ago. And while she reunites with them, Tony gets hacked by his security company, and both him and Ziva get framed for both the cyber attack and for murder. So, Tony and Ziva have to protect their daughter while going on the run from Interpol agents, while also learning how to trust each other again, and most importantly, how to love each other again. So, this show was very interesting, because the tone and direction for this is a lot different compared to any of the NCIS shows, and I love it for that. NCIS is very, what would you call it, by the books, and very standard with its formula. It's very much like a murder of the week type formula, unless we get like 5 to 6 episode storylines or like a character focused storyline. Like, you know what I mean? Unless we get like multiple episode storylines, it's usually just murder of the week. With this, however, that's not the case. This show is very, I guess, what you would call it, very, it's pretty much just a movie split into 10, 40 to 50 minute episodes, if you get what I mean. It's a movie split into 10, 40, 50 minute episodes. And it actually kind of works. And I feel like if you were going to do a Tony and Ziva show, this is sort of the formula, I think, that you would have to do. And it does work with what it's doing. How they structured the story. And especially with the flashbacks. I was a little weary with the flashbacks when they first started in this show. And back in the first episode. But now that I've watched through the entire show as a whole, I do think the flashbacks work, and where they put the flashbacks in certain scenes really do help the show. The tone is very, I guess, fitting for Tony and Ziva. The tone really reminds me of a mix between Mr. and Mrs. Smith or James Bond. I really do love the tone in this. I think, and and especially the cinematography matches the tone. And my God, I feel like this show should have been made for theaters. God damn it, I fucking loved the cinematography in this. I loved the cinematography in this. So, and it's weird because in the original NCIS, the cinematography is, I hate to say it, but the cinematography in the original show is not great. It's very stereotypical, normal cinematography for a crime drama. It's pretty much typical. It's like what you see in, SVU or Criminal Minds, It's very typical. I just flipped my sweatshirt thingy. But with this show, however, this show's very different because this show's cinematography is very good, especially with the aerial shots in Europe, because with the other shows, how they mainly just take place in one setting, the original, it's Washington. In LA, it's LA. In New Orleans, it's New Orleans. That's not the case here. This show takes place all over Europe. So first you might be in Milan, Italy, or you might be in Budapest, or, then you'll be in Paris, France. And it really works. Or Graz, Austria, the Supermax person in that episode. And it's very effective with the cinematography all over Europe. I do think the cinematography, and I loved the aerial shots all over Europe. This show legit makes me want to travel to Europe. As much as I hate to say it, this show makes me want to travel to Europe and just spend my life there. This show, this show's production designs are so beautiful. Especially the church in Budapest, where they were going to do the wedding, under the wedding mission, to, I guess, find out why Martine, or I said I wasn't going to do spoilers. Let's just say, undercover mission. The undercover mission. Wow. Had to stop myself there. Sorry. Let's just say that, because you see it in the trailers. It's not that big of a deal. The undercover mission at the wedding. That production design of the church is just so cool and just looks so beautiful. And, like, especially in, like, they know very well how to do, I guess, like, jokes around the production design. I don't know. Because, I don't think this is much of a spoiler. There's one moment, and I said this in my, first, episode review, where Tony swings into, or gets pushed into a room in the church. And he just goes, and, like, well, and then he gets, and then, like, his head hits a statue. And then he just says, "Oh, thank God nobody saw that." Then he looks up, notices what the statue is, and it's a Jesus statue. And he says, "You don't count. You see everything." And there's so many jokes. And there's so many jokes, too, where they make fun of the sets and whatnot. It's just so funny. But yeah. But yeah, I legit love everything about this. I want to talk about Isla Gie. Isla Gie as Tali. She is the best actress they could have picked for Tali. She has her smartass wits and humor, just like Tony. She inherits her mom's skills at fighting, which is the best to see. There's a certain episode, too, that I loved watching her, and I'm not gonna say too much other than that. But, yeah. And, like, it was just so good. And the soundtrack for the show is very good. And there's one, I wasn't expecting much original songs from this show. I wish there was, I don't know if it would win. Honestly, I don't know if it would win. But they need to do, like, at the Oscars, some sort of nomination called, like, Best Original Song in a TV series or whatnot, or in a limited series. And that should go to the song, if I can remember it, Doomed to Loving You. So this show has a new original song for the show called Doomed to Loving You by Jen Awad. I think I pronounced that right. And the the song is supposed to give off like a James Bond-esque type feel to it. And it serves as, I guess, Tony and Ziva's love theme for the show. Or not love theme, but like theme throughout the show. Even like when Tony and Ziva are just having conversations about the relationship, you hear like the instrumental portion of that theme. And I think that song really does fit for Tony and Ziva's relationship. Even when you read the lyrics, it fits for Tony and Ziva, and it fits for what both of them have been through. And it really does. There's some characters I enjoyed too. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what other things I want to add about the show. Gosh. But yeah, I would and like the cinematography too. I would just love to see the show in the big screen. That would be awesome. They shouldn't have made this a series. They should have just made it a big budget movie. Well, it is a big budget series. Might as well just put it in theaters. Maybe 7.5 hours for every episode. Every episode combined, it's like 7.5 hours. But like, come on. I would pay to see a Tony and Ziva movie for 7.5 hours on the big screen. I would. But yeah. I don't know. I love this show, it gave me exactly what I wanted in a Tony and Ziva show. Like, it gives you the exact questions that you want to know. Like, are Tony and Ziva still together? If they're not, will they plan on getting back together? Does Ziva have a therapist for everything that she's been through? Does Tali resent or appreciate her mom for, being gone in her life for 10 years? It gives you all the questions you want answered. And this show gave me exactly what I wanted for a Tony and Ziva show. And I couldn't ask for anything more. I couldn't ask for anything else. Now, as far as the season 2, do I want a season 2? So here's my thing. I would love a season 2. I would legit love a season 2. Because then we'd see more of these characters. If not, I am legit okay. I think if we don't get a season 2, no worries. Perfect place to end. This show does not give you cliffhangers. It does not give you plot holes. I think this is a perfect place to end if we do not get a season 2. Even though I love these characters, and even though I would love for a season 2 to happen, I am legit okay with this being one season. I think this is the most badass Tony and Ziva miniseries to ever come out if it is literally just a single season. I would love for season 2 to happen, but it doesn't have to happen. That's where I stand with this. I would love for season 2. If not, you had a good place to end. So, that's all I'm literally just gonna say. But, and who knows? We'll see what happens. This show is currently doing well in Paramount Plus. In the first week that this show came out, it got it reached number 8 on the Nielsen rating charts. So and it's doing pretty well on Paramount Plus. So, I can't wait to see how well it's done on the final week. I don't know if it'll be on the Nielsen charts on the last week or not. But if it is, yay. I think that means we're getting season 2. If not, oh well. But, yeah, I don't know. There's not really much I think I can add about this show. But yeah. And Michael Weatherly and Cote de Pablo, their chemistry is still good. I mean, both of them have been playing these characters for well over 20 years at this point. Michael has been doing this since it first started, and Cote de Pablo has been doing this since 2005. So, they've been playing these characters for well over 20 years at this point. And you could tell that they love being together. And, both of them are really the best at playing these characters. Especially if you see them in interviews. Half the time, I think they're an actual couple. Even though I know that's not true. Because I think both of them are married. I know Michael is. I'm not too sure about Cody. But, even in interviews, both Michael and Cody act like an old married couple. So, I don't know if that's just me. But, yeah. So, yeah. So that is my overall thoughts on Tony and Ziva. I love the show. The show gave me exactly what I wanted. I couldn't ask for anything more than that. And now, if this is the last time I'm doing this, then I want to say thank you, Tony and Ziva. May we hope that you get a season 2, and if not, thank you for, yes, a busy September and busy October, but a September and October that I'll never forget, for sure. I want to give a toast to Tony and Ziva Season 1. And we'll see what happens next. L'amour est puissant. See ya.